To be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, moreover, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepan, credential, my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? This one you back today, Spoon TV. This one you back today, Spoon TV. Spoon Spoon entertainment. Go
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand home with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South Band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, moreover, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepan, credential, my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? This one you back today, Spoon TV.
Minutes up to 9 p.m. here in Liberia. It's been a beautiful but a very, very hot Tuesday here in the nation's capital. The heat is intense, especially when you drink a cold bottle of water. Then you can see how profusely you start to sweat. You can feel it. Well, folks, welcome to another edition of Liberia's premier talk show. This is the biggest talk show in the entire country. This is the talk of all talks. This is the Spoon Talk. Wherever it is you're listening to us from across Liberia, for those of you listening to us there in Harper City, Maryland County, or better still, Fishtown in River G, Swedru City there in Grand Jida County, Greenville City in Sino, Sestos City in Riverside County, Barclayville, Grand Cruz, Voyama City, Lofa County, and the rest of the cities making up Liberia. We'd love to say you welcome. All those of you watching us all around the world via Spoon TV, love to say welcome to you as well. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night to everybody listening across Liberia. Once it's 8:30, 8:30. Start listening to that radio, both start taking that radio off the charger. Those who use the solar panel and all of those things, they get their phones and their other devices ready, and they listen to none other than the Spoon Talk. The rest of the panelists are definitely going to join the show later on. My name is Diamond Slanger. I'm producing tonight. It's a pleasure being in your company, and I'm going to keep the show running until Dr. Richardson, Mr. Stanton, Alexander Witherspoon, and the rest of the panelists who will be joining on do come on. So to present to you Liberia's best talk show. Well, what's happening across the country? A lot happening across Liberia when it comes to activities after the inauguration of President Joseph Yuma Boakai. President-elect he was until he was inaugurated on yesterday. He's now the 26th president of the Republic of Liberia. Yes, the president is upbeat. He's moving about. The executive mansion will update you more about that. But I'll bring you some news updates from the presidency, as well as based on my coverage of the president of the Republic of Liberia. I'll bring you up to speed with some of the happenings today at his rehab residence, which doubles as his office as well. So the president, began his day with meetings. Earlier this morning, he met with a very high-power Japanese delegation. The Japanese, had a meeting with the president that lasted close to an hour. They talked about development in Liberia. They talked about re-strengthening and moving and forging ahead with Liberian-Japanese relations. The Liberian delegation had present the President of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency Joseph Yuma Boakai Sr. Also present was the Vice President of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency Jeremiah Pankun. He was present as well. The Minister of Finance and Development Planning Designate, Honorable Boima Kamara, was also present, as well as the Minister of State for Presidential Affairs Designate, Honorable Sylvester Grisby, was also present. The National Security Advisor, Councillor Kofi Woods, present. The acting Minister of State with our portfolio, Honorable Magdala Cooper, was also present. That's just a list of some of the high-profile officials representing the Boakai administration that were present at that meeting the government of Liberia put forth the issue of the corridor between the Freeport of Monrovia and the Gabriel Tucker Bridge. The government said they needed that road to be reconstructed to suit the Freeport, the gateway to the economy of Liberia. That road, the potholes, every day they patching it with cement here, cement there, and all that. So the government said they needed that road, and the Japanese took note of that. The Japanese also expressed interest in developing and improving Liberia's technology, and a lot was said, and it was a good meeting. The president then had another meeting. This time around, he met briefly with a delegation from Switzerland, and he also met with the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, one-time U.S. ambassador to Liberia, Ambassador Linda Thomas Greenfield. They had a closed-door meeting, but after that, they briefed the Nation and Spoon Network was present and asked three main questions to the President of the Republic of Liberia and the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. Remember, she was designated by President Joe Biden to attend the inauguration in his stead. So after she met the president today, she did say that the Americans are confident. That is the key word, that they are confident in the Boyka administration, and as such, they will encourage the American private sector to invest in Liberia and to transform their investment from just the extractive industry and just, aid here and there to meaningful, private investments as well. She also had on the delegation the head of USAID, the chief administrator of the United States Agency for International Development, was present at that meeting as well, Madam Samantha Power. So the USAID head also accompanied the ambassador to the residence of the president. And USAID also talked about health, education, and investing in the development of our country in more than one way. So they had a meeting that was successful, and then the United States delegation departed. The Speaker of the 55th Legislature also paid a courtesy call on the president as well. This is the second day he was at the president's residence on yesterday. Today again, he stopped by briefly, as well as the Senate pro tempore. Senator Yomdi Kanga Lawrence also did visit the president. I did see as well former Foreign Affairs Minister Augustine Kwehe Gafwan also present, former Defense Minister Brani Samuka also there at the residence of the president, and the newly appointed head of the executive of the House of Representatives, the chair on executive, the House of Representatives, Honorable Emmanuel Dang, was also present at the residence of the president as well. So it was a very busy day for President Joseph Human Boakai, but he wore a smile through it all. Especially his face was beaming, littered with smiles when he was in the company of Ambassador Linda Thomas Greenfield, and when she made that pronouncement that the Americans have confidence in the Boyka administration. There were words around the corridors that tonight there will be the releasing of another list of appointees. I did see Madam Reverend Sarah Beslow Yanti prior to leaving the residence of the president. She was there. Whether or not she will be named foreign minister designate, we don't want to speculate, but we've been told from the grapevines that there will be another list released tonight as to who the new appointees will be. Remember, last night the president set up the Liberia National Police, IG, in Gregory Coleman as well, returning to the Liberia National Police. Mr. Sam Gay as head of the Executive Protective Service. Honorable Bama Kamara as Finance Minister. Honorable Sylvester Grisby as Minister of State for Presidential Affairs Designate. So those are just updates coming to you from the presidency. I'm not the official spokesperson, but the fact that I do cover the president, privy to this information, and there are things that happened, hence I'm giving you the updates. The executive mansion as well will do what they have to do. All right, so that's just from the presidency. All right, today again at the Executive Protection, that's the Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA. There was a scene of drama where some employees were restricting the executive director from accessing the building. They ended up at the court. Um, and how that story ended, Chokon Flama will definitely bring us up to speed. He was present at the Temple of Justice as well. There is a raging fire at the Wentown landfill, where we can call War Bank Dumper, along the Coca-Cola factory and there Wentown. Telecom community. Sylvester Cholople did cover that development. He will bring us up to speed with the latest. So we'll move to the phone lines, open the phone lines for a bit, for you to tell us what exactly you have on your mind. But before we do that, let's recognize some of our followers tonight, religiously following Spoon TV. Ayo White is watching via YouTube and says, I'm the first on the block. Judith Sano is also following via YouTube, says, good evening, my Spoon family. How's everybody doing today? Watching from my favorite corner. That's nice. Edwin Kwekwe Lombert Jr. is watching from Kakata. Esther Batwa, Gamen Kesali says, I'm right on time. Mariaman Kroma says, good evening, Spoon Talk. Esther Batwa again. Burgess G.K. Lamidine is following from the headquarters of the Citizens Action Movement in District 6. Samuel Alpha is watching. Melvin Setru is also following from Painesville Town Hall. Ryan Change Kamara is also watching tonight. Ambassador Joseph M. Dolo Sr. is following the conversation tonight from Habel City. Game Kesali is watching. Joseph Laha Samba is watching from district number 13, Monserrado County. A New Man, New Thing Jr. is also watching. I love the name, New Man, New Thing is also watching as well. So there is a New Man, New Thing Senior. Since we've seen New Man, New Thing Junior as well. So let me, before I move on to the rest of the folks watching tonight, I want to say a belated birthday treat um, to Major O'Neill Rhines Jr. Major O'Neill Rhines Jr. Is from your father, Major O'Neill Rhines Sr. Your 6th birthday you celebrated on yesterday. Happy belated birthday to you, little man. I wish you all of the best. I wish you all of the best. So, Major, salute you, sir. All right, James Sonkale is watching us from Charlotte, North Carolina. Henry Mongaziga is watching us from Riverside County. Krubo Harris is watching from Zozo, Lofa County. Samuel Alpha is watching as well. Janicia Tus Gifler Jr. is watching from Ghana. Etisain, Janicia. Coco Biche is also watching tonight. So just a teaser of this. So these are pictorials. You see the president there smiling, escorting out the United States ambassador to the United Nations. You also do see the president and Ambassador Greenfield here in serious discussion again. He's smiling. He's all smiles. All right. So these are pictures from the president's engagement with the Japanese delegation there. You can see President Boikai looking through documents presented to him. And here he is exchanging handshakes with the Japanese delegation. So, yes, you can see your president has been very active today, engaging diplomatic players from the rest of the world that have come to pay courtesy calls on him. All right, so Jacob M. Colley Sr. is watching us from Banga City, Bon County. Basa Men Yube is also watching. Rose Dule is watching. Esilia Esvier is also watching tonight. Jacob Paye is watching, as well as Blessing D. Bromskin is following us tonight. Joseph Porter is watching, and Wele Yima is also following. So we'll leave it at that for now. Dwalu is going to do the rest if he comes on, and Dr. Richardson will do some as well. But let's go to the phone lines now and take some calls for you to tell us what's on your minds. We'll begin from Liberia, and we'll then pin a WhatsApp number to be called for you to tell us what's on your mind as well. 0777-1075, 101075. Those are the numbers to call, and 1 minute per caller. 0777-1075, 0555-101075. Hello? 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 Okay, so sorry that person Hello.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm fine. Let's hear you out, please. 1 minute. Go ahead.
This is calling from Bravo to be responsible Michelle.
You said?
I'm Richard calling from Bravo to be responsible Michelle.
Okay, go ahead, Moses.
Yeah, I just want to say the president-elect.
He's no longer president-elect. He's president of the Republic of Liberia.
The president of the Republic of Liberia for nominating people that will serve this, his government, that at least the government can be put in the international war. The international community should respect, the government.
Okay.
So he should do the right thing for the Liberian people. So I just want to thank him, and he should nominate the correct people in his administration. Thank you.
All right. So I just have a question for you. Looking at the first 5 nominees from the president, does that fit in line with what you're talking about in terms of people with reputation?
Because we need people with good character. And these people that the first batch that have been released, those are people with credible credential. And we hope that the next batch that are coming, they should have the same, credible credential.
Okay, sir.
They are not have they don't have a tinted record.
All right,
so we don't want to have any, official record.
Thank
so
you.
It's a good move. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Let's take this person here. Hello. 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 Okay, lost that person. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, sir, you're live. Spoon Talk. Let's hear you out.
Yeah, I just want to encourage my young Liberian citizens who were in the struggle with the Unity Party that they should keep courage. From the first appointment of our president, it speaks in volume, it speaks a lot. But I just want to let them know that our president, will be looking for people with experience. They will be looking for people who can deliver. So if you were in the vanguard during the campaign time, he will not be able to give you a position on the basis of Amanda Awetu or on the basis of party sentiment. But what he will do for you as a young person is he will send you to go study, and he will recruit people who are qualified, and he will recruit people who will deliver. And I think with that we can move this country forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. 0777-771075 055-101075. Those are the numbers to call, and you'll be live on Spoon Talk. Tell us what's on your mind. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, my name is Edward Series, calling from Chicotan Ria.
Go ahead.
Yes, I don't want to be thankful to God for our president, our best president in the Republic ever. And I want to tell him thank you for the sound nomination and carry on. And I pray that God strengthen him and carry him through as he serve our country in a positive way. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll take 3 more callers, and then we'll pin the WhatsApp number on the screen to take calls from those watching via Spoon TV. 0777-1075 055-101075. Hello.
Good evening, Dano.
Good evening to you. Let's hear you out.
My name is Senator Joe Bwaga Jr. I'm calling from District 17, Bravo City.
Is there your day again?
Senator Joe Bwaga Jr. I'm calling from District 17, Bravo City.
Go ahead.
Dano, I want to thank God for my president, and I wish him a good health, and God will bless him. And you shouldn't pay attention to people. You shouldn't be distracted for those people. People are complaining right now about President Bwaka appointing people from the early government. So now, supposing people from the weird government, they are qualified for him to appoint in the government. They were talking about it. We all are Liberian. The man is talking about qualification. If you qualify, he will give you a job. You just present your credential, he will give you a job.
So why people complaining about his first appointment when he appointed, and we had the mercy had a lot of appointment for him to do. For people rushing, some of these radio stations rushing, why the man appoint woman in a fire appointment, other things. So he appoint woman to there and tomorrow morning the year. What do we do now? So I just want to urge him, let he focus and let God bless him, let he do what he want to do for the country, let the foreign people help us. Thank you, Damo.
Thank you. Thank you. There. We'll take 2 more calls from Liberia and then we'll switch over to take calls from the diaspora, those listening and watching via Spoon TV. Hello.
Yes,
Go ahead, please.
my name is Monica. Calling from
Okay. What's on your mind?
Yes, I want to take this time to appreciate my president so much. I appreciate the fact that I saw him healthy today and doing about normal activities. And I'm also impressed about his meeting today with the Japanese delegates I came, and also his meeting with Thomas. I want to say that he take courage and that we protect him that he can do for what we protect him for. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. One more person from Liberia and then we'll switch over. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. You live. Spoon Talk. Go ahead, please.
This is Joseph Harris calling from Logantown, District 16.
Go ahead, Joseph Harris.
I just want to be appreciative to the Almighty God for our needed President Joseph Dimon Broka. I want to encourage him that he move forward as he take a drug forward. Let him make everything peaceful for us that drug will live a better life.
Okay.
And secondly, what is some of my is I'm kind of asking you people, this family.
So there are 2 things on your mind. 2.
Yeah. I'm secondly asking you people to help me. There's a problem on me. I cannot. It's not easy to solve. But for the family to please help me. It is not easy. It's taken 5 years and a half now that I cannot do anything as a man. So I want for you people to kind of help me. I need your help, please.
Okay, sir. We've listened. And we
Thank
pray
you,
that the requisite response will be granted you. All right.
Thank you, sir.
In that as well, we wish you a speedy recovery. All right. So the WhatsApp number is about to go up. And you can use that number to call and let's hear you out. What's on your mind? And I was mentioning notable presences today at the president's residence. Yes. Michael Blank, the comedian and actor that has got Ghanaian and Liberian, lineage. He was at the residence of the president today, Yeah, if not for rushing to come to do Spoon Talk, I would have waited to get my picture. I had the opportunity to take the picture though, but I was more focused, on reporting and jotting down the points for the news today. Yeah, but we'll do it another time. So Michael Blackson was also at the president's residence today. I'll be following up on that meeting. Once it happens, I'll give you updates on what was discussed. He has got huge investments in Ghana, and the fact that he's here and went to pay a courtesy call on the president, we're keeping our ears on the ground to hear what the discussions will be, what they will be surrounding, whether or not he's also interested in investing here in Liberia. So celebrities, diplomats, statesmen, and the rest have been paying their respects and their courtesy calls to the president of the Republic of Liberia. All right, so the WhatsApp number to call. This is the WhatsApp number to call, and you can make your point as exactly what's on your mind by calling this number. So once you call this number, please only WhatsApp, not direct call, because if you do, it will affect the WhatsApp call. So just use the number to call. Let's take this person here. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, this is Spoon Talk. You live. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, Damo, how are you today?
I'm pretty well, and you, Chief?
Okay, my name is Tofik Tano, and I call from my little corner in Maryland, USA.
Go ahead.
Damo, let me first of all express my gratitude to you guys that really covered the program yesterday, and all you guys continue to do in the interest of our country. I must applaud you. You were on top of your game.
Thank you.
And unfortunately, we had a heat wave yesterday, and there were a lot of people had to say. But there were things that I gathered from the president's speech, which were really, really important, especially when he spoke about there is no green or blue Liberia anymore. Those who think that there is a blue Liberia or a red Liberia, they can continue being in their dreamland, but we are moving the country forward. We believe our country will be is about to get on the right trajectory, and it will take a place among the Community of Nations. So we want to say thanks to you guys, and thanks to the Liberian people, and we have love for our country, and we believe our country will move forward, and Liberia will once more become that Liberia that everyone used to love. You can see the dignitaries that are moving to our country, but I just want to say thanks ever so much for the work you guys did yesterday.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. That goes out to the entire team. Boomburger. What's up,
man, you go start the show with Adna the Flyer because you're not interviewing Linda Thomas Greenfield. So you put
the flyer up.
Oh man, no man. So you had that because you think that you're interviewing president and you read them.
The flyer.
But you didn't start the show with the Flyer. You started the show with Linda Thomas Greenfield.
Oh, then Boomburger, then you started watching Lido because I started the show with the flyer.
Well, I can pick this on people. Ladies and gentlemen, the man interviewed the United Nations Secretary from the US. This boy here, he have added to his credential. Diamond Slanger have added to his credential. They make him go anywhere. He can walk into the preso compa and interview the preso and anybody steady. You gotta fear it again. You gotta fear the man. What kind of man is so? I see what people say that. But no, seriously. They make him walk into the president of the Republic of Liberia compound and just look at any of the ministers and start interviewing them. There's no bar. There's nothing to say. I'm scared to talk. You can't be scared to talk. You must talk. What are you looking at me for?
Thank you for the opportunity afforded me to serve my people.
Oh, thank God. Thank God.
God doesn't come from heaven to do things. He passes through people.
Thanks to me. Thank God. God in heaven has done it, and Liberia with no leadership. And there will be no secret. I mean, we respect the protocol. We respect what needs to be. You know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
But we will tell the Liberian people what they need to know. And today was very important. I know we have Professor Wilson Tappert in studio. That's our first guest. But I want us to just tease our followers. And folks, we can tell you today, another list is coming up about appointments. Another list. Let me see on the list how many people. 1, 2, 3. Another 5 individual names coming up. We will not announce it because it's indeed true that we have to get the final okay from the president office, from the executive mansion. Because he's president, right, Damo? So we want to just play easy when that time comes. We're not about Damo. You are still in front of Linda Thomas Greenfield. You were asking her questions. Then you turn to Mr. President Joseph, hey man, man, make it echo. I want you to catch a picking for me. Y'all see that picking on Broad Street, I'm going to whip him. You turn to Joseph, yeah man, that thing ahead. If you see that picking on Broad Street, I'm chasing. Then you turn to Linda Thomas Greenfield, you interview, you ask a couple of questions. Then you turn to my own Papa JMP, the president, and you ask him, and the Professor Strong, he walked down, you start actually, listen, this is the beauty. This is the beauty of Liberia. A president that will look directly into the camera and answer journalist question. I'm well pleased. I am so happy. It doesn't matter which network you're from. But for the president, Joseph Yimabwaka, to look into the camera and answer the question, hey man, we are not seeing the thing since Charlie Town. Say long time, say what? They think that what happens in my Ellington, right? And that's what I can say. They didn't have been St. Mark Ellington. So we have not seen this. I am so proud. I am so thrilled. I am happy. Say what you want to say. Do what you want to do. That yes, indeed, President Joseph Yima Bwaka is fully in control. You ask the question, you will answer. And this too is Liberia. Also, Dama, I'm proud of you. I want to say to you, before we bring in the Professor Wilson Tappet, who is our first guest, we got a lot of information coming up. There's names coming up, more appointments coming up. We're going to be talking about those appointments. We want to say to you, just play a piece of the interview with Linda Thomas Greenfield. Just piece of it. We got an interview with Linda Thomas Greenfield. We got the Senate. What happened today? Americana is saying he's so mad he put out a bill, I think. He proposed a bill, I don't know how you guys call it, that they should work on this transition something, which is so good. We're going to go into the Senate. We're going to go into the House of Representatives. Speaker Fonati Kofa begin to make appointments. We're going to talk about it. There was a fire today situation in say one time. I don't know the time name. We're going to bring it to you. And there's more. While Professor Wilson Tapper in studio, there's a lawsuit from Professor Wilson Tapper to some group of folks who are going to talk about it. We're going to talk about those commitments that Linda Thomas Greenfield committing American policy, American gifts, American don't. What she said to Joseph Yima Bwaka, they hope that she brought food from America. We're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about Joseph Yima Bwaka, President of the Republic of Liberia, how he welcomed social message. His meeting with the Japanese, you know, they came from Japan, right? Dama, those first folks?
Yes. The first group he met with this morning came from Japan. In between meeting Ambassador Greenfield, he met with the Swiss delegation. Yes.
Wow.
Yes. And
this is why I like Dr. Richardson, welcome. So Dama did what he could do over there, and this is what we usually do. So now Dama is in studio. We have another reporter posted because the president sometimes work late at night. He worked like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and people in and out. So we do a 24-hour coverage. Okay, that's what we're going to be doing. And what is happening is that, as you can see now, Dama is in studio. He's going to give us all the update. So Liberians, you will be left out with zero. You must hear everything. Everything you will hear when we come to Spoon. Everything, we have to cover it. Every ministry, we have to cover it. Every agency, everything. This is a new thing in Liberia that you must know. And that's what we're happy for, Dr. Richardson. Good to see you, man.
Yeah, you too. Good to see you. Happy to be here today. It's good that Liberians will get the news that they are looking forward to. So that's good.
I'm happy. I don't know which one of the political leaders who have done it better, but JMB is the best in class. And JMB is the man that doing it. And there's folks that surrounding JMB, man. Who? I'm telling you. You call them, they are not, you know, they are not hiding themselves. It's not because of me, Damo, but they are not hiding themselves. Yeah, they are not hiding themselves, and we are grateful. So today we have the EPA. The EPA, or is that director, commissioner? What will be his title, Damo?
Executive Director.
Executive Director, Professor Wilson Tapper. I didn't know Professor Wilson Tapper is somehow related to my family, or he have that long-term, he have that long-term, you know, I didn't know that lately. So people say, well, you be on the old man and you didn't know? No, I know my people. But anyway, it was politics. Let's bring the professor on, Dama. It's good to see you. I'm happy for you, Dama, and I'm happy for the team. But Professor Wilson Tapper, EPA, want to say thank you for joining us. It's good to see you, Pop. What's up?
Well, let me say Happy New Year to all of you. And I'm glad that you are good. I hope your families are also good. And, you know, I'm glad. I don't know who told you, but you and I and your background will go very, very, very far back. But I'm proud of you, and I'm thankful that you guys are doing okay.
Thank you very much, Professor. It's good to see you. You know, when we call you, we tell you we're part of the mandate not to appear on Spoon. You know, that's a joke. I joke sedition, and I joke folks that are in the government. But as always, you've been we've been in communication. Whenever things happen, the journalists reach out to you, you answer their question. We want to say thank you for joining Spoon tonight. We're going to have a very important conversation. The reason why you are here, Dr. Richardson is here with me. The rest of the team will be joining us shortly. We got a lot of news to cover, one of which, of course, will be breaking the news of new appointments in President Jose Yimabwaka government. The list will be out shortly of confirmed list, not just any list, of 5 appointments today. He did 5 yesterday, 5 today, and he will keep on doing that as we move on. But want to say, sir, thank you. Now, the question Liberian asking, why are you in the Spoon studio? Why are you here today, sir?
Well, first of all, thank you. And you said I'm not one of those who's were on the dunkles. Nobody tells me where to go and where not to go. I decide where to go. If it is in my interest and in the interest of the public good, I go there. To this, for those of you guys in the journalism area or publicly whatever, this is one area that I put a lot of time into, and I do everything possible to make myself available. So I'm here this evening. One of your fellows, Trokan, did something that most young people wouldn't do. He came to me to get my side of a story that developed this morning. Actually, something that have been happening over the last 2 months, but that germinated, that escalated this morning, and against which we took an action. So they invited me to come here. They spoke to me this afternoon, 4 or 5 hours ago. Then he said, after reviewing what he did, you guys requested that I come, so I'm here.
Indeed, thank you very much. We follow
Mhm,
the story. One
mhm,
of the gentlemen in your lawsuit, or the lawsuit as a whole, he reached out to me.
mhm,
He couldn't make it today because I said, I have to reach out to the professor. I saw you on camera. He sent me
mhm,
I think it's a rate of arrest. He sent it over to me, and yes, the rate of arrest that was done today. And he sent me I'm going to bring it up because I want us to be very measured. And he said, listen, as the professor called my name, he sent me the EPA Act, the executive order. And this have to do, if I'm correct, this have to do with your turnership, correct?
mhm.
Okay, so we give you the time to hear you out. West, we will ask you our very questions since we have some information from his side. We cannot bring him on today because his lawyer is not prepared to come on. But want you to speak to our audience, Liberia, home and abroad, and let us know what is happening, sir.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity. We have a country where, because of the war, too many things have not been able to gel. But let me come to the issue. When the elections results were announced 2 months ago, a number of my staff in the EPA decided to take upon themselves to suggest that the management that I had was unlawful. The board to which I report was improperly organized, and they were now going to take over the agency. In fact, they say by the 18th of December they will have done that. Given that my background from academia, I decided to engage them to find out what is the issue that we need to discuss as a team. Some of them came out to me and said they were having problem with the supervisors. I said, okay, when you get in town, we will sit with the supervisor and find out what the problems are, and we'll be able to resolve it. It quickly escalated into a political fight, and it went into name calling. It got in the terrain of profanity, some of which I can't even repeat or send to anybody to see. So today, um, a gentleman who is my chief technical advisor took upon himself to seize the EPA under the disguise that, according to Executive Order number 123, which was established or promulgated by former President Weah in December, that outlined the transition steps to midday yesterday, when President Ambassador Barker was been sworn in. And that a part of that executive order says that all presidential appointees for non-tenure positions I deemed resigned at midday January 22, and the responsibility for the agencies in which they head will pass on to the most senior civil servant. In the case of the EPA, it is a tenure position, so that provision does not apply. And even if we assume that it applies just for the sake of argument without admitting the veracity, the individuals involved are nowhere near the seniority of the civil servants they are talking about. So this is the issue. They went into the agency, barricaded the gate, took their vehicles and parked it in where the executive director is supposed to park, went around the building, issued instructions for an executive for a meeting of the senior staff. So my management staff got in, reported to me. I said, well, let's call the police. We call in the police. The Liberia National Police came in, intervened, but it was getting a little rowdier. Started knocking cars. So I decided, okay, what we do, we are not going to counteract or ask our security to battle these people. Let's go to the Monroe's magisterial court. So the agency went to the court, and that's where we are. And the charge the court put on those individuals was the felonious restraint, for which we went to court today.
Okay, so you didn't go to court because of the argument. You went to court. Can you hear us, sir?
Yes, I can hear
Are
you.
we okay?
That's
Dama,
all
are we
good.
okay?
We can hear you.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So you didn't go to court because of your tenure argument. You went to court because of hostility. Is that what we are hearing?
No. The tenure argument wasn't an issue.
Okay.
We went to court because there was disorderliness in the building, and we did not want to use our security to confront them. So we called the Liberia National Police. They sent few officers, and these officers were overwhelmed by the number of persons there. So the next alternative we had was to run to the Monroe Magisterial Court to issue a writ of arrest for the individuals identified. And the intent was to make sure some order was restored. So we did not go, the agency did not go to court. In fact, it's the agency that won the court. It's not Wilson Tabet that won the court. And the issue was not anything that had to do with the tenure. No.
Wow.
The tenure was not a question.
Correct. And thank you very much for clearing that, because we needed to understand. What we received, they say, was because of the tenure. How many folks we are, let me ask you the question, they are watching. And we will not bring them on the show because it's not part of our agreement. We are hearing the name Andrew Cooper and Jerry Togba. Am I correct? Have you seen? Am I correct?
Yes. The two individuals and others to be identified.
Okay. So this is about, all right, Andrew Cooper and environmental. Yes, indeed. That's the whole EPA instead of Professor Wilson Tappet. So the story about Professor Wilson Tappet, no, is about
it's the agency. I didn't go to court. It's the agency that went to court. Yes.
All right. I'm going to flag
and
this for
the two individuals you are talking about.
Yeah.
The two individuals that you are talking about are employees of the entity that was suspended around January 8th for violating certain provisions of the employees handbook.
All right.
And
so
at the time they came on the premises today, they were not supposed to be there because they were suspended, and they remain suspended.
Okay. So
what you have here is the writ of arrest that was issued.
Yes. And I want our folks to, if you have not received this is information coming to you. This is the writ of arrest. And I want you to take a picture if you have to our audience. And I want you to just zoom in because it's not too clear till you can zoom in. Once you zoom in, you will read the writ of the arrest, Republic of Liberia, to Captain Larry Gombolo, magistrate or the deputy. Greetings. This is between, the EPA and that of Andrew Cooper and Jerry Togba, and others to be identified. Thank you. We're going to take it down. We'll give you a few seconds if you want to take the picture, but that's the rate of arrest. And I want to say thank you for joining Spoon. Now you can find us on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Super TV, Fabric FM 101.1, Push FM. If they do relay our program, will be 106.7, Super FM 95.5, and Spoon 107.5 with all the other relays. Let's get into the question. Professor, is your turning up? According to the agency guidelines, are you up? Your tenure for that position, is it up?
Okay, let me refer you to Section 16, Part 3 of the EPA Act, approved November 26, 2002, and printed in April 2003. Section, you can Google it, the EPA Act. The executive director is a 7-year renewable tenure. And for that position, there are conditions under which he or she can be removed. I was appointed October 2nd, 2020.
Okay.
So go 7 years from there.
So you should be there 2027 if we are correct.
Yeah, there are three conditions there under which I can move if I resign, or I have been found guilty by the board of directors, or I've been found incapable of conducting the affairs of the institution for which I was hired. So that's
And
section 16.
none of these three conditions apply to you as of now.
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay. Let me bring in Dr. Richard Singh. It's so good having you. Let me bring in Dr. Richard Singh and Fatima. Dr. Richard Singh.
Mr. Tabet, welcome to Spoon. I do not believe we met before. I've heard your name before as former Minister of Commerce, I believe. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Oh, okay. Yeah. There was a lot of interesting comments about your leadership at Commerce. So you said there are three conditions in which you are supposed to be removed. One is if you are not capable of doing your job. Is that correct? Am I hearing you correctly?
Yeah, I just refer you to the Act, the Section 16, Part 3, where I explain that to you.
Yeah. Can you tell us some ways in which you feel like you are capable of doing your job at the EPA? Because protecting the environment is such a big deal to me. So I just wanted you to just give me some few ideas.
Well, see, thank you very much. You are asking me to averse them from the negative side. To the best of my knowledge, I'm doing my work as it has been defined. And unless I am told I'm not incapable, then we can listen to the person who makes the claim. I think I'm doing what has to be done.
Okay, I'm going to kind of give you a more specific example for my second question to you. The blue carbon deal was just signed by the past government. And in that deal, it says that Liberia, the royalties were supposed to go, 70% of the royalties were supposed to go to the blue carbon owners and for at least a decade. In what ways do you think Liberia will benefit from selling the carbon from our forestry? Because we to someone in the Middle East.
Correction. The government of Liberia did not sign a deal with blue carbon. Okay. What was signed initially was a memorandum of understanding, a non-binding memorandum of understanding.
Correction. Memorandum of understanding is still a deal to me.
It's not deal. Binding. I say a non-binding. I want to come to Francine's house. I want to be able to visit to discuss. Okay, Wilson, you can come, and we sign that you can come. When I come, then we discuss substantively what is it I want to do based on the proposal. So a proposal was sent to the government. The proposal has been discussed. The EPA position was and still and remains that in order for us to effectively discuss this deal, Liberia being a major carbon sink, meaning that Liberia has more carbon than a lot of countries. As a matter of fact, Francine, your country is the third of the world. The first being the Congo Basin, the second the Amazon forest, and third is the Upper Guinea forest,
Okay.
which Liberia has at least 40% of that. That 40% and the green coverage we have, Stanton, has at least 6.6 million hectares of green forest. The average tonnage of a hectare of a green forest is at least 313 tons per hectare. If you do your math, it will give you approximately 1.98 billion tons. Now, our position in the EPA, this is a major asset. In fact, let me just add to that. That's just the green forest. We are not talking about the swamps, the mangrove, the sea, the rivers, and we call them blue carbon. Now, if 1 hectare of green, of 1 hectare of the forest can give you 313 tons of carbon, that equivalent hectare of the blue carbon, the rivers, will give you 3 times that. That's about 939. And in this country, at least 30% of this country is mangrove, rivers, swamps. So you multiply that, it will tell you, when you add it, you have at least 3.2 billion tons. Now, this is a major asset for the country, especially when you take the average price, the market price of the carbon. Let's even take it at 20. And under the Paris Accord stand, we are only supposed to keep 30% of that, preserve 30% of that. So if you took 30% of the 6.6, it will give you approximately 1.98. And when you subtract that, you will get approximately 4.4, 4.5 that is remaining. The EPA position is, as much as this is the case, you need a rule-based governance system that responds to accountability and transparency. In the absence of a rule-based system, you cannot go into the carbon market. This is why we advise against further discussion of the blue carbon. That's the position the government took, and there was no agreement signed with blue carbon.
Thank you for clarifying. Based on what I'm reading here, or the news, it says that Liberia government signed a deal with blue carbon. But you are here today telling us that you did not, although a memorandum of understanding to me sometimes is equivalent to a deal. Like you come into my house, we got a deal that you come to my house, and then we will we'll share details about the deal. But you are saying that did not happen. Liberia government, you advised the Liberian government to not carry on with the deal. Is that what you said?
EPA did advise, and so there's no deal. And I'll keep saying, Francine, a memorandum of understanding, non-binding memorandum of understanding means this is my understanding. I will go to Stanton House. After that, I'll go to Francine, and I'll go to Fatima House. And when I go there, depending on what I see, I will come for a proposal as to what we can do, and then we can discuss that. That's all. So to the best of my knowledge, I am not aware of any agreement signed by the government of Liberia or the Republic of Liberia with blue carbon.
Good, thank you.
And if it were, the EPA Executive Director, who is the National Designated Authority, meaning the one person, the one authority under the Paris Accord, who can bind any company under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, under the Paris Accord. So to the best of my knowledge, we did not sign the deal, and I know that the government of Liberia did not sign the deal with blue carbon. Was there a proposal? Yes. Was it been discussed? Yes. Was it finalized? No, not to my knowledge.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Can I piggyback from your question, Dr. Richardson? I know we are here discussing our issue, but it's good what Professor Wilson Tapper is doing. Allow me, Dr. Richardson, to please piggyback. This was all on the news and on the international news as well. Professor Wilson, can you help me understand? Massive carbon offset deal with Dubai-based firm draws fire in Liberia. honor this series, which was written by the Mugabe News and Inspiration from Nature Frontline. It's group based. They are saying that 10%. I just want to. I'm not arguing with you because you should be the one to tell Liberia and Liberians home and abroad as to this deal. Was it a mistake by Samuel Toy, the former finance minister, to announce that there was a deal, and with that deal, 50 billion from the United States Environmental Agency, 50 billion worldwide were coming to Liberia. That 50 billion, you have Tanzania and other African countries benefiting. Was it a mistake for him to announce that there was a deal? Because this is what they are saying, and let me just follow, please. In less than a year, the firm had also inked high-profile MOU with Tanzania and Zambia to develop carbon credit generating conservation, which will yield 10% to Dubai base. They are saying that, I know you say MOU is not an agreement, but MOUs form part of certain form of agreement. The former government, were they too fast in their pronouncement that Liberia were benefiting from a deal, sir?
When we heard the announcement from the EPA, we thought, well, maybe it's something somebody misunderstood or somebody misspoke. As we understand it, the 50 billion that was announced by the government of the UAE was its contribution to the reduction of greenhouse gas. 50 billion global amount, and not necessarily an amount coming to Liberia. So in that respect, I think there was some overlook or some useful enthusiasm, you can call that, and they said that. So the 50 billion was a fund from which the government of the UAE would make its contribution to the reduction of greenhouse gas. So it was not money necessarily coming to Liberia. Thank you.
Dr. Richardson, can you continue with your question, please?
So, who was the 50 billion going to the fund? Like you said, there was a fund, but to reduce green carbon or blue carbon or greenhouse gas. I'm sorry, greenhouse gas. So, where was that fund going?
No. Every party state of the Paris Agreement makes a contribution or makes a commitment regarding its contribution to the reduction of greenhouse gas. And that commitment or those promises are bounded in a document that is called the Nationally Determined Contributions. It has two segments. The nationally determined contribution is, this is what we can do as a country. For in the case of Liberia, we say, yeah, we can reduce greenhouse gas, especially in agriculture, in energy, in transportation, so on and so forth. So we put this in the document. In the case of the UAE, they determined that the NDC or whatever commitment they have would be, apart from that, they will set off $50 billion as their contribution to the global fight against the reduction in greenhouse gas. So they have to fund. For instance, last 2 months ago in Dubai at COP28. COP28 is the conference of the parties under the Paris Accord. 28 is the 28th session of that. And at that conference, Spoon, one of the major things that had to be decided, that have been trending, that have been delayed for over 10 COPs, was the establishment of a fund for loss and damage. What is loss and damage? Say the weather causes a problem and the sea rises in West Point and wipes out a number of houses. These people are supposed to get claimed because these things are caused by climate change. What Dubai did was, instead of just talking, they put forth 100 million on the table the first day of the conference. So this is the kind of funding they have to make contribution to the Paris Accord. So there's not a fund that was given to Liberia or any country.
Was there any initial fund to sign this MOU given to the government of Liberia?
Say that, please.
Was there any initial amount, agreement amount, initial money that were given to the Liberian government to sign this MOU?
I don't believe so. Not to my knowledge. I don't
Okay.
believe so.
My last
Because
question.
it's a non-binding instrument, and not to my knowledge. And I don't think anybody will pay money to a country for signing a non-binding agreement.
According to the Liberian Environmental News Publication,
Mm-hmm.
who owns the Liberian Environmental News Publication? Have you heard of them?
No, I haven't heard about that.
The Daylight, which they are called, the country top forestry official made an irregular request for blue carbon to be able to bypass a competitive bidding process that would normally be required by law. What do you know of this, sir?
You know, you remind me that you said you had the daily what? What's the name?
According to the Liberian Environmental News Publication called the Daylight.
Mm-hmm.
The
Yes,
Daylight.
that's a paper that comes with a lot of stories. In fact, they came up with a story concerning some spill, and sometimes they come up with story before they check with us. So I don't know the veracity of what they are saying, so I cannot speak to that. I cannot speak.
Was there a complete legal bidding process done? Because they say you bypass a competitive bidding process.
In terms of what?
In terms of having an MOU signed with Blue Carbon.
No, you didn't need to do that. The memorandum of understanding is just a general framework. I want to be able to come to Liberia and do some business. And when I come, this is where I would like to go. Fine, we signed it. It's not binding, meaning that I don't have to do it. If I decide, what you come, if I don't want to talk about, I don't have to do it. Now, not binding MOU is followed by a substantive proposal that details what is it that you want to do, why you want to do it, what the benefit in there for the host country, and the prices and structures that you need to put in. That proposal is what came, and that was under discussions, and it did not go through.
All right, let me give the rest of because this Daylight report is very deep, it's in detail, and we'll take more questions from there. I'm going to go to Fatima and Glendy, then we're going to come back because what is written here is raising a lot of eyebrow. It's good to have you, that we can sit and discuss this issue, giving you the chance to clear the misinformation out there, as you may call it. Fatima.
Thank you to all of the panelists.
Can we get some increased audio, please?
I said thank you to all of the panelists and to the viewers all over the world, all around the world, to our Liberian people here in Liberia. I just say hello and thank you for watching. Mr. Tape.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm glad to see you. I've heard about you almost all my entire adult life. I've heard about you from various positions. But as I was listening, I was actually researching as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I found climate change is one of the things that's dear to my heart.
Mm-hmm.
And I see that the carbon emission kind of affects climate change in a major way.
Mm-hmm.
And I see that Liberia, it was said that Liberia was going to sign a deal, but it didn't sign a deal. But during the elections, I actually heard that those were some of the things that were being said. That you guys were going to sign a major climate deal, and Liberians were going to benefit from it. Was that ever done? Did that ever go into fruition? Did you guys ever meet on it and sign any deals? Was there any talk or any deals started at all?
I will repeat this. There was a non-binding memorandum of understanding signed that I know about. I will also say to you, there was a substantive proposal from Blue Carbon from UAE. And this Blue Carbon proposal was being discussed by a cross section of the government into what we call the National Climate Change Secretariat, which coordinates all of the activities of climate change at the EPA. And that discussion was thorough. And our advice from the EPA that yes, we can see what these people want to do. But before we can even begin to engage the market, there must be a rule based, accountability driven, transparent system consistent with Article 6 of the Paris Accord. Article 6, ladies and gentlemen, of the Paris Accord is one of the shortest provisions in the Paris Accord, but I will tell you it is the most controversial. It never resolved. It is never resolved. And so we had to do that as a country. Why? Because the carbon sequestration we have is a strategic asset. And before you can begin to sell it, there must be a ground rule, a governance system, operationalize the system so that if Stan or somebody comes in tomorrow and say, I want to buy blue carbon, you give him a checklist. What that does is that it removes arbitrariness in the deal. So that if Spoon comes and say, we give him the checklist, here you gotta do 1, 2, 3, 4, and he does the 1, 2, 3, 4 things, you must be able to give him a result, and that is called predictability. In the absence of a rule-based system, you resort to arbitrariness, which we do not advise. Two, they wanted to give Liberia 40% or 30%, they would take 70%. For me, from a corporate finance background, if I am sharing profit with you, profit is a function of your shareholding. So if you are giving me 30%, you take 70%, then let's take the capital structure. And I have the trees and I have the carbon. So we do an evaluation of the trees that I have. If the trees come to 400 million or 500 million or 600 million, and that constitutes 30% as a shareholder, then we will know that the full capitalization is going to be 2 billion. And you have to pay the 70% of the 2 billion, which is $1.4 billion. In the absence of that, you cannot share profits. So those were the issues we're discussing, but we did not conclude it. It got to a point the government said, you know what, EPA, guys, you are right. We have a strategic asset. We must first develop rules, governance system, structures, operational guidelines, so that when somebody comes in, we can give it to them and they will know how to handle it. And when they do what is given to them, we must be able to respond because it provides, again, predictability to the investor and provides assurance and protection for the investment. Other than that, our carbon remains right here because it's one critical asset that we have whose seal and management must be guided by transparent, accountability based rules, procedures, and laws.
Well, Honorable, I just wish this was explained, during these elections. But this is my first time actually hearing. And this is a side comment. Hearing any of this, that this was done and it was not signed, whatever. Well, my next question to you is that we all serve, whether tenure positions or appointed positions, we serve at the will and pleasure of our president. And if, although you're saying that it's a 7-year, tenured position, if the president does not find it necessary that he is able to work with you, would you be willing to resign?
And that might be willing to do.
Mhm.
The president is the chief executive officer of the country. If he decides, Mr. Tapper, even though you have a tenure, I don't want to work with you, it is his prerogative. And he can exercise that. And we have to follow that once the rules are applied. What we are seeing in the case of the young people that went there, they cannot ascribe to themselves powers and responsibilities that belong to the president. That's all.
I think you're. I mean, in all fairness, because I heard it around town today, I think some of them were mistreated during this last government. And I think they just saw it that when the hands of power were changed, they wanted to show that this is now transparency. This is now a government of inclusion. And I think some of them went over their head.
Mhm.
But I believe that these people, they were not actually there to cause chaos. They were just there to show that, well, today is a new day. I think that's what it was, because I was hearing it all around town today. But thank you, sir.
I appreciate that. Except that, in spite of all of that, it is incumbent on all of us to ensure that there is orderliness in what we do. There has to be orderliness, and the rule of law must apply. And this is the risk. If you said, oh, because in the CDC government they did it, you can do that, this society will never go right. Two wrongs do not make a right. So what we are saying, if you have a problem, this is not utopia. People can have problem. There are mechanisms, and you have recourse. There are devices that you can use. And we told them, if you have an issue, come to us, we'll sit down and discuss it. But when you go outside of that and conduct yourself in a way as to make the workplace toxic, then you have to remember, for us who are given the responsibility to manage, we have to take a position to ensure that Dr. Chinwe, who is coming to the agency to work, just to do her work, to take care of family, they are protected too, so that they can be able to do the work. So the agency can do what it has to do. So I do agree, I can understand that, but there is no room to act in a way to be disorderly and become lawless and do stuff like that. And all of us Liberians, regardless of how we feel about situation, the rule of law cannot be compromised. And those of you who in the developed countries, they tell you that the ability, when people say, oh, this is a country of law and not of men, in the great country in which you are, presupposes that each and every one of us will hold the other responsible for the rule of law. That is key. That is cardinal. And we can't accept excuses. Oh, because Francian did this or Prince did this, so you can. No, it cannot be. It cannot be.
I agree, but I wish
Thank
it
you
was
very
supposed
much.
to be
We want
the
to
last.
move on. We're gonna let me post this for the sake. Thank you, Fatima. Let me post this for the sake of our audience. All right, this is section 16, the executive director. Okay, I want you to just read it as to whether or not Professor Wilson Tapper, have a tenure position or not. There should be an executive director who is a person with wide environmental knowledge and recognized commitment to sustainable management of the environment, appointed by the president from the list of 3 names recommended by the council, except that the president may appoint an interim executive director pending the formation of the council. 2. The executive director shall serve for the period of 7 years and shall be eligible for reappointment, except that there shall be appointed an interim executive director. 3. The executive director shall have security of tenure, but shall cease to hold office if he resign, is found guilty of gross misconduct on the advice of the board and approval of the policy council. Now, the last one is there because we are running something else, so it's not showing. But folks, I just want you to understand that yes, it's a 7
Lastly, is
years.
unable to discharge the functions of his office
Thank
for
you.
health reasons.
Thank you, because we are not seeing it. I just want to show you this. Those of you that are watching us in Radio Land, we're reading it for you. And those of you that are following us on this is exactly what Professor Wilson Tapper is saying. 7 years. But our sister Fatima, our colleague Fatima, have asked a beautiful question. And the answer that Professor Wilson Tapper just gave, listen, is up to the president, Jose Yimambwaka. But I want to spin the question this way. Do you still want to serve and complete your 7 years, sir?
Oh, I would like to serve because I think we have a program that this agency can go far from where we met it to where it is. I think it has significant prospects, and so I want to be able to serve. Notwithstanding, I have to acknowledge, and I can tell you that decision to continue to serve is a prerogative of the president of Liberia within the act that you just read. That's what
Have
I
you served
answered.
well? Have you served
Pardon?
well? Have you served?
I believe I have served well. I believe I have served well. In spite of all the challenges, I believe we serve well. And we'll continue to do that.
Thank you, sir. Glendy?
Perfect? No, because there are circumstances. But given what we have and what we are, I think we've done a pretty good job. A lot to
Thanks.
be done, but we did a pretty good job. And the point I am making, the issue today in the court did not have anything to do with the tenure. The issue in the court was the unbecoming attitude of a few staff who went and seized the EPA, claiming that there's no tenure. Two, the executive order that was promulgated to direct the transition process that ended yesterday said that non-tenure appointees by the president are deemed resigned as of midday yesterday. So they missed that. EPA is a tenure position. Two, the individuals who went there today to claim that they were taking over, they are nowhere near the structure of the organization. The gentleman is a position, is a staff, it's a line, it's a staff position connected to the office of the executive director and chief executive officer. So even if we assume without admitting the veracity of what he is saying, he's nowhere near that. And so because of the disorderliness and the soiling or the toxicity of their attitude on the agency, we took the position instead of taking the law into our own hands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Glendy.
Hi, hello everybody. Hello, Mr. Tappet. How are you?
Glendy, how are you? How's the
I'm
family? I
good.
hope you're doing good.
We're
It's
good.
been a long time.
Yes, we're good. So my question has to do with Western clusters and also with East International.
Mhm.
I want to understand, I want you to tell us what you've done or what has been EPA's stance as it relates to the environment with these two companies.
Mhm. Well, first, Western Cluster, I believe, is is a company in the bombing side. They came to us about 2 years ago or so to restart their operations, and they had to file in what we call the environmental and social impact assessment report, which tells us how their potential operations will affect the environment, the social aspect, meaning our people, and how it affects their movement. For instance, if operating a pit, and that pit that they are operating is near human habitat. They needed to move it. There is a plan called the resettlement action plan. They came to us, and we provided that. They gave us the report. It was satisfactory. They hired an environmental consultant. They did a report. We found the first factory, and we gave them the license to do. We also told them that the ores that you are shipping, you must ship between 11 and 5, 11 at night and 5 in the morning. The reason, because the road that they are using is used for normal human traffic. And at that time, between 11 and 5, there's minimal other traffic on the road. So those are the positions we took. In the case of East International, we invited East International because there was a violation of the permit conditions. For instance, if you go to Rubber Field, they constructed a road through the wetlands, which is unlawful. And the rule is that when you want to construct anything involving the wetland or anything for that matter, you must come to the EPA and we give you specific drawings to ensure that that road across the wetland will not interfere with the movement of the aquatic species in there. What do we mean by that? I am building a road across the swamp. I have to make sure that that road has covers underneath to allow the aquatic species to go and come back. Because uh, uh, if we're near the sea, the fish go into the sea, they come into the river to lay the egg, they go back, they come for the harvest of it. That's why you have the fingerlings. So they constructed that rule, and the fine was imposed. We met with them about 10 days ago. They're supposed to come back to us next week to satisfy the fine, or we'll write them up.
So I want to follow up on that question because that would have actually been my next question, but I'm going to change my next question and follow up based on your response.
Mhm.
You're telling us that the East East International built a road that they had no permission to build.
That's
And
correct.
that road has been there a while ago. So why is it now that it's only 10 days that they receive a fine from you? And then why did they continue to use a road that they had no permission to build?
No, Glenn, the fine was imposed last year. It's not 10 days ago. And we got assurance that the building of the road will involve certain specifications that was provided. On investigation, those specifications were not obeyed. And that's why we are calling them. That's why I have to say it's not 10 days ago.
Okay, so let's correct the time. So the road was built a year ago. The road continues to be used by them. Your agency have done nothing to stop them from using the road, even though it did not meet the specificity for it. Why would that be?
No, Glenn, I'm saying to you, to build a road, you needed to have certain specification. The Ministry of Public Works came to us and say we will ensure that the specifications that they have, that you are giving them, will be complied with. On review, we found out that that was not the case. So the fine was imposed last year. We called, our rules require that when a situation like that happens, you invite them for a conference. They come for the conference, they come with the lawyer, and after the conference, you give them the final position. And the final position is that you have violated this, the fine that will impose, it will have to be paid, and you must give us a plan to restore the wetland that you've damaged. That's where we are.
So I will move on, but I don't think your answer satisfies the question, because it's almost like they broke the rule. You all gave them a whole year not to correct it and allow them to use it.
No. Blended, no. We didn't give them a whole year to correct it. When we found out the violation, we imposed the fine. And they were given a certain length of time to pay, which they did not pay. We called them back. And that's why we had a meeting 2 weeks ago about that. We have to follow the rules. Because at the end of the day, when the rules are not followed, you lose the opportunity to correct the damage to the environment. So we have to follow the rule. And that rule requires that they be given time in which to correct it. If they don't, then you call them back. At the end, if they insist, then we read them up in what we call the national the non-compliance registry, which is a global format. That if I went in and say Glendace, for instance, had violated the environment and she's non-compliant, that shuts the company down. That's where we are going.
All right. My second question is pretty short, and it also refers to your response that Western Cluster and East International were supposed to operate at a time where there will be less traffic. So my question to you, Western Cluster uses Brewerville and Douala. Are those areas not highly populated and busy areas?
No, Glenn, your question is interesting, but here is where you have what we call poor coordination. Under the laws of Liberia, traffic rules in construction are set by the Ministry of Public Works. They set the rules that this road is built, you can travel on it at this time. They set the rules. So we only recommended that that's the case. But the agency responsible to give them the authorization to say you can run at this time. That's what happened. That's what I'm telling you.
But it was still wrong that you gave them regulations to follow. They didn't follow it. Nothing was done, and they still use that road.
Yeah, but you see, then what I'm saying, Glennie, okay, let's take for instance, it is your decision. You are in Department A or Ministry A. Your responsibility to tell Western Cluster what you are doing. You can run your traffic so time. You come to me as an EPA. I said, because what you are transporting has some toxic materials in it. And two, it poses a threat to human traffic traveling the road. I will only allow you to do it at 11 o'clock to 5 o'clock. But it is Glenda's department by law that is supposed to tell Western Cluster when to travel. So The only way I can act is when you come back to renew that permit, I will tell you validate you validated that what I told you to do. But I cannot solve Glenda's situation. Now, the ideal case would have been for Glenda and I to coordinate. But sometimes these things don't happen.
Sorry, thank you very much, Professor. Let me, before we bring in Mr. Maxwell, let me ask you the question. Was your appointment at the EPA, or was it an interim appointment, or you were fully appointed by the president?
No, it was a full appointment. The provision in the act that you see, when a legislation is made, for instance, in the case of the act, and say there shall be an executive director, and the entity is formed by law, the first person is interim, subject to the satisfaction of what that law says. So it applied to the first person who was made executive director, interim. After that, the law now applied to the rest of them. I'm not the first, I'm not the second.
Were you confirmed by the Senate?
It does not require that. The act does not require
confirmation.
No, it does not require that.
Okay.
It's a straight appointment. And so what I did when I got in, they had a policy council, they have the board, but none of these were functional. So our first thing was to form the board. So it's a straight appointment that was made in 2020, October 2nd, for 7 years. And there's a board of directors to which I report. And there's a policy council at the top, but because it has never met, even though invitations were sent out. So the practice has been you work through the board. That has been the case.
My question before we bring in Prince, do you think, Glennie spoke about Western Cluster. Let's just stick with Western Cluster, for example. Environmentally, is Western Cluster performing well to you and to the best in the interest of the Liberian people?
Or based on what we have, with the exception of what we're talking about with Glenda's, they have even the audit report have been satisfactory based on what we have.
The audit report have been satisfactory. The result that fish, another area of fish that people have issues with the skin, the environment was very bad. How satisfactory are their audit? Are you talking about monetary?
I talking about the report. There's a quarterly monitoring report that are submitted by qualified consultants. We don't do that because we are the regulators. We allow these audits to be done by certified environmental consultants. We don't do it because you can be judge and jury. So they do it based on a list of people certified by the EPA, properly trained to do the job.
But the report that came up that the water was bad, the report that came up that people have problems, they went to the hospital, running stomach like diarrhea, and all this other report. You were serving at the time, and we're running that story. Were you concerned? What was the report that came from? What was the report that has? Then how can you say it's satisfactory?
No. What they give us, if people complain, people say, "Oh, I'm complaining of stomach." You see, you have to be very careful in analyzing your work and not try to just say because people are talking. Of course, our interest, first primary, is human life and life of aquatic species in the environment. So if you say that this person died from this, you must be able to test, go through a scientific test that indeed this happened.
Was it done?
Of course, we did it. Now, I don't know the one you're talking about Western Cluster. We've not done anything like that with Western Cluster because we have not had it real, but we've done with other people. Like the most recent was the Beer Mountain situation where there was a spill and the people say, "Oh, people died from it."
And what was the result of that report from Bear Mountain?
The result was that, yes, there was chemical in the water, elevated above normal, but that level of elevation was not sufficient to cause the stress to the aquatic species that were found there. And guess what? We expanded the investigation and found out that there were other artisanal miners along the river using mercury, which is banned.
Okay.
So
Again, look, we are not trying
then
to
we
tell you.
decided, then we
Elaborate this
decided,
yeah, go ahead.
then we decided we will run the test again. We ran the test again about after 6 weeks, and we found out that the acid was no longer there. You know why? Because it was the peak of the rainy season. But here is a situation, and it's a traditional thing. When our people decide that something is bad, you can try everything possible to make it good as long as they are concerned with bad. So the water sources, when we went first, the water sources were contaminated. When we went later on, we found out that water sources are free. People said, no, Mr. EPA, we are not drinking the water. So we asked BA Mountain to provide water and to provide protein sources to these people, which they did.
We have Professor Wilson Tappert, EPA Executive Director, folks. As always, you join us, we ask this question. I must tell you, as we remain and we have gotten into a new government, we will try our best to be professional the best we can. And we just appreciate in the fact that Professor Wilson Tappert is patiently answering the question. Now, because we will be running, we're going to spend another 15 minutes with the professional. We got a lot of news to cover. As usual, we will run 2 hours, 3 hours, but we will limit our time of questioning because we have other development story. We want to say thanks to Professor Wilson Tappert as we go in another round of questions, one each. We're going to start with Prince Maxwell, who will bring in his 2 questions. Then we go into the 1 question. Thank you, Prince.
Thank you. Hi to Professor Tappert. I do remember we met. It was a pleasure. It was a pleasure having a chat with you.
It's good to see you. I see that the hair is receding.
Yes. And I'm proud. I'm proud.
The family as well.
The family is absolutely well, sir. Thank you so much, Professor Tappert. I'm a spoon panelist, and usually the culture that was developed on this network is to have.
Can you adjust your headset, please? Go ahead.
Yeah, to ask hard questions.
Mm-hmm.
So I hope that my questions will land on that friendly note. The first question here I want to know about is the policy council different from the board?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. I will go back to section 16 that you made mention of, because I was trying to understand the legal fallacy that is embedded within 16 here, which you made reference to. I don't want to say I disagree, but I'm trying to understand it. It says here, there shall be an executive director who is a person of wide environmental knowledge. That's very specific. Wide environmental knowledge. So basically they're talking about the person's credential, right? Do you possess that?
A wide environmental what?
Wide environmental knowledge. Do you possess that in your credential?
In terms of environment, that's not my training.
Okay, because
my training is in finance and law.
No, because I'm asking that question.
I've had the opportunity.
Yeah.
To work at the corporate level to supervise other people.
Yeah, I understand.
That's the reason why they did that.
I understand, but it just said it's very, very explicit. The person shall have with wide environmental knowledge and recognized commitment. That one is all superficial. Then it comes here, the president. The president appointed by the president from a list of 3 names recommended. Were you part of 3 names recommended?
Prince,
I'm just trying to go by what it is saying.
No.
That's it.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know that.
Okay. Wonderful. Okay, great.
I would not know that.
Okay. But were you at any point in time informed that you were recommended by the council?
Me to the job.
Okay. All right. So you did not get a formal communication that your name was recommended among 3 names by the council?
No.
Okay.
The next was that a procedure?
Okay, because that's the procedure as stipulated in section 16. That's the procedure. Okay. the next part here says that with an exception, except that the president may appoint an interim executive director pending the formation of the council. So the question I ask you, during your appointment, was there in existence a council?
There should have been a council. There was a council, but the council never met. So
Okay,
what has happened was, what
okay,
has happened?
you just told me here you don't know as to whether the council recommended your name, and that you are now stating the council never met. So it means that you had a prior knowledge of the council existence as to not meeting. So if the council did not, I'm just trying to think legally.
Let me correct that. When I say that I did not have an idea whether my name was sent, I was speaking as an outsider to the EPA. When I entered the EPA, it took me 5 weeks to go into the files. And that's when I realized that efforts were being made to call a meeting of the Policy Council. All I saw was a number of invitations. I looked for minutes, I didn't get minutes. But I also know sometimes in 2010, 2011, there was the setup of the National Climate Change Secretariat, which was a smaller group that was given the responsibility to do that.
Okay, so the legitimization of your position hinges on the legitimization of the recommendation of the council. If that is not the case, then you are an interim EPA director, which puts you in the power of the president to appoint pending the formation of the council.
Fine. Prince, then you have to go to stare decisis, go to precedent. What happened before I got there?
Okay. Could you please explain to me?
When the law was passed, the first executive director was interim, pending the formation of the Policy Council.
Yes.
After that, after that, there was subsequent to that, there were executive directors that were appointed based on tenure. So what do you assume that as a lawyer? It means that the rules were followed. And in the absence of the Policy Council, the board took a position. When I got there, we had a board that was not active yet, because if you look at the constitution of the board, the composition of the board,
which is the article, which is against section 13.
Right. Most of them are statutory.
Yes.
Okay, so they come from ministries and agencies.
Yes.
And as we have just yesterday, when those people are deemed resigned, then those positions become somebody else's from the same institution but different names.
But in the instance of an appointment to the position, the board has no authority, because in section 16 it makes it clear there are two individuals that are responsible: the council and the president, not the board. The board has nothing to do with that, because 16 is clear on those two individuals and the criteria that the individual needs to bring to bear to the position, right? So this is where the technicality for me comes in terms of interim and full-fledged EPA director, wherein the council has to formulate a recommendation of 3 names to be sent to president. President approves one, person becomes EPA director. In the absence thereof of that recommendation, anyone else becomes interim, because the council never provided a clear 3 recommendations to the president.
Except that there is a precedent that when the Policy Council did not meet, the president looked to the board to do that.
So the precedent outside of the regulation, outside of the regulation of the law.
No, it's not right. No. Now, you just said 2 persons, right? You said the Policy Council and the president.
Yes, they have to work in tandem.
And the president did the work.
Go ahead.
The decision. So what are you talking about? It's 2 persons, right? So if the policy, if a structure does not work, does it mean that the structure below it, because the strategic management of the institution for supervision and policy direction is the board? You agree?
I agree.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, the thing is, I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt because every law in the country does not contravene the Constitution. There is no law that contravenes the Constitution. Every other law is subject to the Constitution.
You say every law should not.
They should not contravene the Constitution. My apologies. Right?
The Constitution.
Yeah,
no law should. But
should violate. Okay, no law should violate the Constitution.
Thank you.
So that's I'm trying to give you a balanced question. So the president has the authority to appoint within the Constitution, and nothing has the right to stop that appointment of the president's authority. Right? Am I right?
You can question. The Constitution gives the president the right to run the affairs of state.
Okay.
Right? And all of these constitute the affairs of state. So,
I'm just trying to balance this.
No.
Right.
And I'm going to balance it out of the chair. If the president has the authority to run the affairs of state, then no organ below the presidency can restrict the president can do that. You understand what
That's
I'm saying?
what I'm trying to get at. I understand.
The palace of transport, the president authority supersedes that. That's why even if he acts, it got to go to the president.
That's the reason why I brought that up. That's the reason I brought that up.
Then the president who has the constitutional authority to run the affairs of state is global. He can take seize of the situation and he will still be in order.
Thank you for answering my question, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Wilson Tapet. We want to say again, as always, we want to do our one round of questioning, just one question each. Again, we are moving. Say, are we there yet? No, we are not. We're trying our best to be better. But that's a great interaction between you and Prince Maxwell, and we appreciate the patient to ask the question and the patient to answer. I think we'll get there. Fatima.
Anytime. I like the question, and these questions are good. And what I find here, there is immense mutual respect.
I thought about coming back to me or going back.
I like that.
Yeah, we did Fatima already, right?
That's all right. The next time I come,
go ahead.
Professor Tapet, I'm just observing, and sometimes I try to turn off my psychology brain, but this time I couldn't help but to see you pivot. Glennie asked specifically about what did you do about Western Cluster. All right. I heard you pivot then to B Mountain, and then you pivot then to another company that added mercury to the water. Then I heard you pivot to how the people here was very hard. They couldn't listen. And then I heard you pivot to how B Mountain was asked to provide clean water to the people. But you never really told us what you did to Western Cluster. I know in your article, part of your responsibility is to promote awareness to the people when there's challenges in the environment or when there's other actors cause reported illness in the environment. You should promote awareness to the people and find the actors who are causing disturbance in the environment that will cause people to be ill. So can you please ask us, what did you do? Can you please tell us, what did you do with B Mountain in terms of the people getting ill there?
That's what I said. Awareness is a critical part. As a matter of fact, awareness is even the lock that keeps everything together. Awareness. Unfortunately, the amount of investment in awareness is so low. Between 2003 and September 2020, EPA received close to at least $600 million. Climate change. Less than 1% of that spoon went to awareness. And that's crazy, because if you are telling people not to go into the forest, you're asking them to preserve the forest, they must know why. 2, you must give them alternative of livelihood. Now, coming back to Francine's question, when there are complaints about the environment that is making people sick, you just don't conclude because somebody is getting sick. You must go and conduct a test, a scientific test. In the case of water, you do water quality analysis. And I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, the EPA has made significant progress in that. We got some young Liberian scientists, some of whom are the best. Most of them are ISO, this is the International Standard Organization, or certified. They do a good job.
Are we there yet? No. But we are making effort. So we go into the community and we do the test. Where we find that, yes, the test proved that this thing has happened, we bring the proponent. The proponent is a word I learned when I went to EPA. A better say to say the customer, will bring them in and say, you have to correct it. That's what we do.
I'm going to ask you to please, I didn't get an answer to my question. I'm sorry. What did you do? Did you test the water for the Western cluster and came to a conclusion, or you didn't have money to test the water, or did you find the proprietors of Western cluster?
No, I am saying to you, we do water quality analysis.
Did you do
where
water
the issue? But I just said, in the case, I just also told you, in the case of Western cluster, I'm not sure if we had a complaint about that. To do what is required.
We didn't hear that. I don't know.
No, that's what I'm telling you. No, I never said that. That's what I'm telling you. When we get that complaint, we will treat it the same way as we treat the others. We go send people in there to do water quality analysis and find out what the situation is before we can make a decision.
So
you can't say because somebody is sick because drinking water is caused by that. No, it must be.
Dr. Richardson, let me finish. You were saying something. Let me finish.
So there has to be a science. Your treatment must be science-based, scientific-based. So you can't say because somebody is sick or spoon left water outside, they drank it. No. It's not that. In the case of Western cluster, I'm not sure we have had a complaint to send people in. When we do, this is what we do because we do it to the other companies. That's what I'm asking you. That's my answer with respect to Western cluster.
So just so we understand the process here, somebody has to complain to you, to your EPA, and so regardless of if the news, because there was a lot of news about people getting these mysterious illnesses like bump on the skin, rashes, some people, were just not feeling well, diarrhea and stuff like that. So even if you hear that on the news, EPA does not initiate an investigation. They have to get a complaint first.
No. And I'm saying, if we see a situation, if our field visit sees a situation that worth investigating, we don't do it. Other than that, we don't swat sponte. We don't swat sponte. Swat sponte meaning you go and find sickness and see what's wrong with you. If a community is aggrieved and they believe that the operations of a particular company is having effect on them, and we know about it, either directly from them or our people know about it, we go and conduct the necessary scientific test to determine what the situation is. In the absence of that, you can make a general conclusion that because somebody's stomach is running, is caused by, for instance, a young brother spoon, is caused by spoon company. No, it has to be scientific based. That's what I'm saying to you. Thank you.
So just a commentary, so as I'm hearing you, and I just like to summarize what I'm hearing you say, that you did not get a complaint from the people in Bombing County, from the people in the Western cluster area about the environment. So you guys didn't do your scientific test to determine the illness. That's what I'm kind of summarizing.
That's what I'm saying to you. And when it comes, I can recall, if it comes, we will do the investigation. When I say I cannot recall, I cannot recall.
So you don't recall receiving the complaint, or
I don't recall a complaint from Western cluster operating areas. Okay. When we do, we will go in and do the appropriate test to determine what has happened. Because we've done it to other people.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. I'm coming to you, Fatima. Just 1 minute. Let me add this. Professor Wilson Tappet, how was the transitional team? Did you turn over document? Were you in compliance with the transition team?
Oh yeah. I think it was a smooth one. First, there was an executive order that directed us to send, in the case of the EPA, is called Agency Status Note, ASN. Give the status of the agency. There was a template, and that template should have been populated with the appropriate information. We had to make sure that the information was correct. And so we did that. The transition team came to us and gave us a template of information they wanted and wanted us to give it to them. Now, here was the problem. The executive order directed us to send a report to the executive mansion to President Weah for onward transmission to His Excellency Ambassador Barkai. And from there, they would take the information and give it to his people to do what they needed to do. Notwithstanding, the request by the transition team to give them direct information, I told them, the information that you are requesting, you have not yet acquired the status of a state actor to receive it. A state actor is somebody who has been commissioned by a constituted authority to do a particular job. So officially, I cannot give this to you. But because of the person who came, I said, okay, I will populate what you need because I understand what you need to do. And what actually needed to be done was to space the reporting time of required by me, lay out by the executive order to the inauguration enough time because the incoming government needed to know what was happening.
Professor, let's just be very
excuse me, to be able to do that. Yeah. So yes, we report a spoon. Let's cut it short. We report it.
Yeah. I just want, because that's the reason why, when we ask this question, because what we have in our possession, that's the reason why we asked. Did you give a turnover?
Yes, we did. Yes,
did you give a turnover note that you gave all the document necessary to the JPTT of the incoming president, Joseph Yuma Boakai?
No, it was given to the presidency.
No. And that's where I'm coming from. You had a cluster unit that which we know who had it, the JPTT Joseph Yuma Boakai team, the cluster unit head. You are saying you didn't turn over anything to him?
I gave him an unofficial copy.
Okay. Now you said it. You gave me an unofficial copy, but the official document was given to
the presidency.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Fatima.
So I have a twofold question. The first one
I don't know why you low, Fatima. Tell the producer to increase your volume, please.
The producer just went downstairs. But I have a twofold question. The first question is there an environmental audit report? And if so, is it public?
Environmental audit report of what?
Yes.
Of what?
Of the EPA, period. Like, do you have an audit report?
Yes, we do.
You do? Is it public?
It has to be public. It's done by the GSC, so it's public.
Okay. My next question is, I don't know if you are aware of Jemima Willicoli. Are you aware of her?
Yes.
She once came on this network and reported to us that she worked with you and she felt like she was unjustly fired by you or the government. She said she was mistreated by you. Is there any truth to it? And would you like to elaborate on that?
I wish I didn't have to talk about this, but I will say something about it. The lady you speak of is somebody I've known for maybe close to 36, 37 years. But let's fast forward. When I moved to the Ministry of Commerce, she was appointed as a deputy minister for the small business. She was in charge of all the small business program. There was this Popo loan scheme, and the amount of 1 million was paid by the government. Subsequent payments should have come from the LBDR to leverage that as part of their payment. Mrs. Wolokoli was given the responsibility to ensure that the accounts, the training of the people who would benefit from our program was taken care of. She hired the consultants to do the training. They did the training. She was asked to go to the bank. The bank's documents came in, and she signed as a signatory to the account. Interestingly, she blamed and accused me of not even opening an account, of holding money in my office and dishing them out to people. She claimed no knowledge of the loan funds. She claimed no knowledge of the account. So the best way I approached that was to write the General Auditing Commission to come and do an audit. I did that in 2021. In 2020 August. The GSC came in and did the audit and completed the audit in December 2020. By then I was in EPA. And guess what? The report confirmed that only did she know about the program, that she managed the program, she was a signatory to the account. And 3 checks were written on those accounts, and she signed all of them. It was an unfortunate situation. And I'd like to leave it at that. The reports are there. I would like to stop there.
Okay. But just a sidebar note, okay, I'm glad for transparency now. We would, like I said, we would have liked, for the sake of the Liberian people and the interest of Liberia, I do not believe in my heart that you would have come to this network who is for and by the Liberian people when George Manawia was president. I now just see this, I'm going to be fair and out there, I just see this as a way of lobbying to our new president on your behalf, because you would have never, if the last president was still in power, come to this network to address any of our issues. So I'm super happy that today you are able to do this on this network in front of the world. I thank you for coming.
Okay, let me say this to you.
Yeah.
I think I don't want to use the word disrespectful, but it means that you don't even know me. You don't know anything about me. For you to say that I'm coming to love you. No. You see, my young sister, you have to know people for yourself.
Have you been here? Answer the question.
No. That's not the point. That's not my first time on Spoon.
He been
Oh, you're supposed to know that. So I don't need. Listen. Let me listen to me, please.
Don't be upset.
No. I'm not upset. It means that you don't know me, so that's okay. But I don't need to lobby for anything. I don't. No. Two and two. I didn't come here. I was invited to come here. So, well, you should have known that. So you don't know me. Try to know me a little better.
No, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm just saying.
No. I say I wish. I'm glad I didn't use that word. I'm saying no. I'm saying know me for yourself.
I will.
Okay. And from what I'm hearing, unfortunately, you concluded from what you've heard.
No,
and there's a lot. No, for you to say that.
Sir,
I would do respect to you.
All right. Thank you.
No,
Professor.
No.
That's okay, Fatima, that's okay.
What you have seen has now proven that you know little about me.
Fatima, that's okay. That's okay. Professor Tape, thank you very much. We will move to Glendy. Glendy, your one question.
Glenn?
Yeah, Mr. Tape, I want to ask about the renewal of the contract for Western clusters. Are you familiar with the MDA and what the permit says?
Say that again.
The MDA permit for the Western clusters. Are you familiar?
From where? From where? Permit from where?
For the Western, to be able to renew their contract, Western clusters.
No, that's not within my domain, ma'am.
It's not?
No, the renewal of the NDA is not in my domain.
So the renew
the domain of the Ministry of Mines and Energy and the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Justice. I am not a party to that agreement.
Okay, I may have read otherwise. So let me ask another question. Stanton, you mentioned earlier about doing an audit, and in your conversation, you said that you are no party to who is hired to do the audit. My question to you: that audit that was done, to say, and you verbalized here that it was okay, everything went well. I want to ask you whether that information was made public.
The audit?
Yes, the audit report.
It's a client information, and somebody can file an Information Act and they can get it.
So how would we know?
It's like somebody preparing your bank reconciliation statement. It cannot be a public document. But in this case, if somebody comes for it and file a Freedom of Information Act, of course we can make that available.
So are we to take you for your word that everything was done correctly in the audit? Because how would we know as citizens, how would we know that they were doing everything? How would we know that the environment was even considered in the audit?
You see, then you can file a Freedom of Information Act for the information. We can give it to you.
So
Now,
when
for you to assume that, I would say yes, to the best of what we do. The report was correct for the check marks we set out. Now you can have to access that. You see, we have to be careful. There is a responsibility to ensure that client information is kept. I can't take your bank reconciliation statement because you're owing somebody and make it available to the public. I cannot do that. These are clients.
Okay, but Mr.
We gotta go
Tuckett,
for
this is not, when you're talking about this company, you're talking about Liberia, you're talking about our environment. So this is not a private matter. If it comes with you checking to ensure that whatever they're doing is correct, it's not private. It should be something that the public knows, like we conducted an audit. If you need to be able to review it, this is the process and this is what they've done.
Maybe that we can do, but you can't take a client's information and publish it.
All right.
There is legal responsibility for that. At the same time, the Freedom of Information Act properly filed compels us to make the information available to you.
Thank you, Professor Wilson Tappet. I'm going to ask my question, and Prince Maxwell will ask the last question for tonight. A great program, by the way.
One more question, thank you. It will be short.
We have other schools. No, I really want to keep Prince for last. I'm going to go to you, Dr. Richardson, ask that short question, and Fatima must ask her last short question because we have to go. Please go ahead, Dr. Richardson.
Professor, before you even start, the question you're going to ask me, I will answer. You got to send me pizza first.
Pizza.
I will send it to you. Express.
I hear the people from Cape Town can play wish to like group people in the group down there with spoon sitting right.
Look at that.
Go ahead.
You know, I would like to talk to you behind the scene because I believe that we have some connection, but behind the scene. But my question to you, and it's good that you brought up Cape Mount because, of course,
I'll leave my number with Diamond. He can get it to you.
Sure. That is my ancestral land. Okay. I see that sea erosion is truly affecting places like Cape Mount, Newtown, Grand Bassa. What is the EPA doing about that? I mean, we've lost a lot of land in the past.
Let me tell you what, Francine, that is one of our major challenges. Significant challenge. Sea erosion. And the sea erosion not necessarily because of climate change or human activity. There is something in our country that people are involved in, and that is sand mining. People mine sand all over the place, and it's causing significant problem for the environment. Just this afternoon, a young man from the United States sent to me that his seaside property has been degraded. And so we are working on that. So it's a significant problem. So we are working with Lands and Mines, which grants the license for sand mining. And in the case of the EPA for the sand mining, we are now working with Lands and Mines to make sure before you give the license, make sure that these sand mining companies file an ESIA report, which will give us the opportunity to go in and assess what they are doing and the potential damage to the environment and steps or measures, remedial measures we need to take to avoid that or to keep that at a level where it does not escalate. That's what we are doing. 2, we as a country, we've taken some steps to source some money. I think 4 or 5 years ago or so, they did a project to secure Buchanan. It was a coastal resilient project in Buchanan. And then Detour. Spoon should be familiar with that, just across the road from the house by the gas station. Spoon? You can relate to that? So we did that. Of recent, we're able to get $25 million funded by the government and the Green Climate Fund to do a protection around West Point. It's called the Monrovia Metropolitan Climate Resilient Project. 3 months ago, we're able to access about 10 million to do a similar thing in Sino. But I can tell you the coastal erosion is a major problem, especially erosion or damage to the environment as a result of human activity.
We're talking about Cape Man, but that's another question. Don't answer.
We get there because we got 9 out of 15 along the coast. So we hope that we can reach that. Yeah.
Okay,
In fact, Cape Man has something that is so fascinating. I'm sure you know that Cape Man has one of the best beaches for surfing.
Yes.
When I was in the Ministry of Commerce, there was a project that we had there to build a how you call it, an infrastructure to allow people to do surfing.
Absolutely.
And yeah, that's what we are. But in the case of the coastal erosion, it's a major problem. It's a major challenge that we are facing, and it requires resources, and we hope that we can access more resources to do more. We can do more. We can do more, but it's a major challenge. We can do more.
Thank you.
So I think you wanted me to ask my question. Is that okay? So on a topic, I don't mean no disrespect. I just wanted to ask some questions that are dear to my heart. It's women issue. I'm very passionate about women. I don't just like vote for a woman because I love her or care. I want women issue addressed. And Aunt Jemima felt harassed. She felt intimidated. She felt disrespected. So my question to you is, how do you feel about women in politics? Women reaching high levels of government and governing. Do you support them? Because she till this day is afraid of you. She speaks that you made her to feel belittled. So I just wanted to find out from you what your thinking is. I'm not personalizing it. I'm just trying to figure out what happened, because we're supposed to, in the 21st century, encourage women to be part and partners of men in the workplace, encourage them to serve because of their qualifications, because they're able to, and their expertise in their own fields. So I'm just asking, how is it? How do you feel about how she's feeling? Like she feels that, she was harassed. Is there any truth to it? Okay. Are you aware of that?
Okay, let me say this to you. Is there something I wish I didn't have you, but I need to talk to you about it. The year is 1984.
Oh.
No, I need to go back there. Mrs. Wolo Colley, husband, who is a close friend of mine, brought her to the bank. I was the head of the agriculture bank. And he asked me to help her to employ her. We did employ her. Less than a year later on, he got into trouble with the government and he was charged with treason. Every day he went to court, Jemima went to court. The president at the time saw a newspaper and called me to the mansion. Is this lady working for the bank or she working for the court? If she's working for the bank and working for the court, you can't keep her in the bank. I pleaded with President Doe. This lady has to take care of her family. Please let this go. You can ask her. I protected Jemima, kept her in the bank until I left to go to Abidjan in 1989. I come back and I become Minister of Commerce. Jemima was made Deputy Minister. I opened my arms to her and I did everything I could to help her. She started a smear campaign. Unwarranted smear campaign. The only opportunity this woman had to be to show gratitude to me for what I did. She took it to run a smear campaign. I didn't say anything to her. At some point in time, I just took my position and said, Mr. President, this cannot continue. The woman will go and tell stories, will interpret it. That was interpreted. That go on radio and all of that. What is happening to her now is conscience. She's having crisis of her conscience. Why is she afraid of me? Because she knows that what she did to me was wrong. So I can't help her. She has to come to terms with herself so she can be able to know that you don't treat people like that. With regards to your question, how I feel about women, I tell you what, women can do better than men. I have given women responsibilities. I have given women opportunities when I had the ability to do so. You talk about the Liberian ambassador to South Africa right now, one of the best in that business, Mrs. Ethel Davis. I sent her to school. Ask George Eva Mappy Morgan. Against odds, I sent her to Harvard because I wanted her to be the best, and I wanted them to be the best. Ask my history. That's what I'm saying. You need to know me by yourself. It doesn't take a long time. Perfect? No, I'm not perfect. I'm not even seeking to be perfect. So you got to know me for yourself. And there's no doubt.
And I'm learning.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. So the situation with your mama, she's having a crisis of her conscience. I can't help her there. If she wants to meet with me, I will talk to her and I say, you know what happened? You let it go. That's all she has to do. I just told you a story. Ask her. Next question.
Well, the final question was that you said most of the women you financially supported them through college. Was it your personal funds?
No. I said I want to work with the bank. The bank resources. I'm trying to tell you this is how I feel. Women can do better than men. In the case of Eva Morgan, when she came into the agriculture bank, I had a debt recovery of 16%, meaning only 16% of my loans I could recover. In a year and a half, she took it to 97%.
Perfect.
Ethel Davis, I had a crisis with my personnel. That woman single-handedly gave me one of the best HR policies that were executed. So I believe in women. I believe in empowerment. You give them the opportunity to. Fatima, you do some more reading, man. I wasn't that bad. Yeah, please do.
Thank you very much. I got. Did you answer your question, Prince?
No, not yet. I just want to ask him.
Prince.
Yeah, Professor Tappe. You are part of the history of Liberia. And I want to take you out of this little space, of the EP a little bit, and put you back into the essential history of the Republic of Liberia, going back to the 1990s, because people like me, young people like me, who want to understand the history. I'm not trying to indict you on this network. I'm just trying to ask you a history, because a powerful statement, a national powerful statement, was made by His Excellency Joseph Yuma Boyka recently, as it pertains to the War Crime Court, the establishment of the War Crime Court in Liberia during the inaugural speech. And history, correct me if I'm wrong, history serves to prove that you served as finance minister in the 1990s from a faction of the Ulimo K. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so great.
I was nominated by Ulimo K. I was not a member of Ulimo K. I was at the African
but you were nominated.
Coming out.
Yeah, but you were nominated by Ulimo K. Great. So I would just want your position. I would just want your position as a Liberian on this firm statement made by the president of the Republic of Liberia on the inaugural day. Where do you stand on that statement?
In terms of what?
In terms of the support to the War Crime and Economic Crime Code in Liberia.
Oh, if that is what is required to heal this place, then so be it. And it's supposed to go to the president to do it.
So you support the president's position on the establishment of the War Economic Crime Code in Liberia?
Anything that will require accountability for actions you do, it should be done. It should be supported, of course.
Thank you very much. My last question to you is this. We know fully well that the EPA is not just the EPA. The EPA has an two dimension to the EPA. the domestic dimension and the international dimension, making the EPA a major part of Liberia's foreign policy. We know fully well that the EPA plays a crucial role in Liberian foreign policy as it pertains to sustainable, environmental sustainability, environmental justice, land and ecosystem protection. I can go on and on and on. Have you had, under your administration, have you had a smooth working relationship with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? And can you give at least a synopsis of year on year, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, a smooth working relationship with Ministry of Foreign Affairs that's responsible for the implementation and the active engagement of the foreign policy of Liberia? And can you tell the Liberian people year on year what the total amount of donor funds that have come through the EPA and what percentage of Liberian-owned businesses, companies that have been able to benefit from your policies in terms of work, contracts, and stuff like that?
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I think we have an excellent relationship with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Let me tell you, first of all, one of the first things I decided to do was to develop a strategic plan for the EPA, and that strategic plan drew its lessons from the Propo development plan. In order for us to have an effective program, you must be able to green the economy and green the national plan. Because of that, and our work with reaching outside people to the donors and the satisfactory work that we've done, in May of last year, your Homo Salmon was made UN envoy for the environment. Only 2 countries in Africa, Uganda and Liberia. That's how well we've done. Now, with respect to resources coming, I told you between 2003 and the time I went to EPA, at least $600 or $700 million came into this country. But almost all of those funds went to other international organizations to manage. None of those funds were effectively managed by Liberians. Not managed by Liberians. I changed that 2 years ago. That if we have this much of money coming into the country and we have competent Liberians here to manage, we must be able to manage it. So I asked the UNDP to do a feasibility study for me for the establishment of a project department. I'm glad to tell you that they did the work, and today we have a project department. Is it active yet? No, but this is what has happened. Because of what we've been able to do and the quality of Liberians that we have, you have the 25 million Monrovia Metropolitan Climate Resilient Project managed 100% by Liberians. You have the $10 million Sando project managed fully by competent Liberian experts. For me, that is a significant development because what it does, it brings our people to manage these important projects, and they do have a multiplier effect on local contents. Before, most of the purchases were done and it benefited businesses outside of here. That is one of the most significant things we've done, and we are proud to do, and we'll do more of that. Some people don't understand that. And in fact, later on, you will hear that, oh, Prof. Tape were asking for this amount, asking for this amount. They don't understand how these things work. You come to me, and the amount of, say, $60 million is appropriated for Liberia on climate change. I get a proposal from somebody in, say, country X. I want to be able to develop a project for Liberia to do climate work. Good. But is that project consistent with my strategic plan? Is it in line with our economic development plan? Does it benefit the country? You have to answer the question. 2, if you answer that question positively, affirmatively, I ask you, what portion of that comes to the EPA in terms of benefit capacity building? I insist on between 15 to 20% of that project must come directly to the EPA for me to train our people, for me to buy equipment, for me to provide services to our people and improve the community. So I'm proud to say that this is what we've been able to do, and we'll do more of that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Maxwell, for the question. I have my final two questions. Then we're going to ask you to give us your parting statement. A beautiful, quiet show. But we really, really appreciate you on Spoon Talk tonight. Let me just ask you, during the transition arrangement, I really want to understand, did you turn the agency cars over to Maryborough, all of the cars?
Say that again, please.
Were you instructed to turn over all of the entity vehicles to GSA?
That applied to non-tenure positions. What the EPA, I mean, what the GSA did was to write order they needed 2 vehicles, which we provided.
So now all of the vehicles, just 2?
No, not all of them, just 2.
And you
all of vehicles to be provided to be going to the GSA would be in the case of non-tenure positions. But for the inauguration and other activity, they requested 2 vehicles and we provided them.
Did they send those vehicles back?
I'm not sure. I will have to check. The inauguration was just yesterday, so we have to check.
All right. So yes, the reason why I'm asking, other entities are saying that the vehicles that were sent to GSA Maryborough as per instruction of the incoming government, not incoming government, no, but this new government, they cannot send this vehicle back. I have not spoken to Maryborough. I will call her, and I will call folks within the government to confirm. That's why I'm asking you. I just received that you guys send vehicles over to them, but you cannot. The vehicles are not coming back. I don't know why.
I don't know about that. And the little that I know, Director Bro, I don't think she would do that because the institution, the entities have to run. So correct. I think you need to find that out for yourself.
Call her. I mean, she always answers me.
I don't think she will. You know, Spoon, we are in transition and we are in difficult times, and people say things before they find out the facts. And I'm glad this platform.
I don't want someone saying that the new government. I'm not saying because for them to say the new government seizing those vehicles is out of context. And I know there will be no one telling Maryborough to keep the vehicle that you brought in for the inauguration. Don't give it back to those entity. Especially like you said, you guys are on turning position and the business got to run. So thank you. One of our listener, they are listening to you, Mr. Director, which is very unique. And they sent this question. Allow me to ask you the question. They are asking, is Liberia on climate change?
Liberia what?
Is Liberia going through climate change?
I'm sorry. We honor the sun. Anything below under the sun, of course, we are affected by climate change.
The reason why they are asking, and they are
9 countries out of 15. So we are affected by climate change.
And they are asking, look at what happened yesterday. You watched the inauguration program. A lot of folks that left, folks in the diaspora that went back home, they are suffering. We received information of a death. One of the brothers from Minnesota died. You know how cold Minnesota is. And and we received information that people fainted, people passed out. I want you to address the changes and more to expect. You as a executive director for environmental right now, what would be your advice out there for people that are traveling in and out of the country?
First, get information on the weather. We've been able to attract some funding a few years ago. If you are in Liberia in turn, you can ask Diamond, turn on your telephone, you'll see the weather report. What the weather will be like. I think Fatima, you have to check it. You have to check it and make sure you dressed properly. For our compatriots from that side, where the cold is as hard as fire, when you come here, you have to be to adjust your dress. The situation yesterday was very unfortunate. The sun was very hot. So the least we can do as EPA, tune into that weather report, which appears on your telephone. It will tell you what the conditions of the weather, whether it's going to rain, where it's going to rain, what the temperatures are, and where they will be. And
I know this.
And try to remain hydrated.
That's why I'm coming to. This has to do with the city as well. Each city should build like a little fountain that people can refresh themselves, go underwater on Broad Street, every little parks here and there. How will you address this? Because as hard it was, one of my panelists in the person of Stephen Jones said he couldn't talk. He says, this instant, I got to go back to the hotel. It's killing me here on Broad Street. I'm losing my voice. I'm getting dehydrated. I got to go back to the hotel. So I'm asking you, talking about what is happening in the country globally. We understand, but are you going to work with the mayor of Painesville, Garnersville, and Monrovia, and all these different areas to build one of those fountain shelter that people can just sit under and sprinkle water over them when it's crazy hot? I mean, what are you thinking about in helping the environment?
Well, what we try to do is not to raise expectation. And so our advice is please read the weather report and make sure you are fully hydrated. Carry water with you. If our economy, if our country level of development reaches a stage where you can have fountains all over the place, that's a different stage of development. We hope we can get there. But for now, we tell you, please read the weather report and make sure you drink a lot of water. That's all we can say.
Stanton, I want to follow up. I want to follow up because that's an interesting comment coming from you. And I want to ask you a direct question. Were you involved in the planning of the inauguration festivities? You're an environmentalist working in that capacity. So did you have any role to play in it? Because now you're telling us what happened to those people who can read. What happened to those people who are not looking out to say the weather alert is on my phone? Did you play any role so that you would have seen what was being done to ensure that there was water and all of those things that you're commenting on now?
What we're beginning to do now is to talk to the radio stations to announce what the weather will be. We need to do a little bit more of that. With respect to our role on the planning of the inauguration, the EPA was not called upon to do anything with the inauguration.
And
so we didn't have anything to do with the planning.
And do you not find it to be unsettling that you work with EPA and and then also considering the trash that was in Monrovia, that you had no part to play within for the inauguration and getting the country prepared, the environment prepared?
Glennis, if an authority puts a committee together and decide to leave you out, what can you do?
Okay.
Hello.
Please don't call me sweetheart.
I don't know.
We heard what you said. Honorable Nelson Staff, sorry to interrupt you, Glendy. We got to move on to the other information we have for today. But I know you spent a long time with us. You're always willing to come back when we call you. You do not shy away from Spoon, and I respect you for that. And everything that was said today is based on the fact that we needed to have this conversation, not because of the outgoing government or the government that left and the incoming government. We got to be very fair. You never asked us to call you to come propagate, but you asked us to call you that we can address the court issue. And we're so glad that you took our other questions. Now, before you leave us, thank you for joining us, Fadiga. Before you leave us, Fadiga, I know you got one question. I will let you ask that one question, then we'll excuse Professor Wilson Tappe. Jemima Woodokoli, former Deputy Commerce Minister, heard what you said concerning her. She have called, and she wants you to please listen as she replied. We usually don't do this, but it will be fair because her name was mentioned, and we have to give us the chance. Okay, so she's called it on my phone, and I will allow her to talk. Jemima Woodokoli, former Deputy Minister, welcome. You are live.
Okay, I'd like to say hi to the entire world and to also say hi to my people in Liberia. I have a great deal of respect for my boss, Minister Wilson Tappe. I've always respected him. I worked with him at Agriculture Bank, and I was doing great. He promoted me to junior auditor in the bank, and we worked together smoothly. But when they appointed me as Deputy Minister of Commerce, Minister Tappe, because I didn't agree to do certain things. I didn't agree to do certain things. I'm not going to go into details because I don't want to waste your time. But because I didn't agree to certain policies and certain actions that you were taking in within Commerce Ministry, he decided that he will put my assistant minister against me. And she used to abuse me. I wrote the president about it. I wrote Winston Tappet about it, complaining, and he never took any action. Now, Winston Tappet cannot come and sit there because he and my husband were friends, so that he can do anything or he can say anything. Yes, I've always respected him. Yes, you are my husband's best friend. I appreciated him employing me in the bank. That's the fact. But what he's saying that I carry his name around and I'm feeling guilty, no, I am not guilty of any crime. I didn't abuse Winston Tappet. I never lied on his name. If that anything, Winston Tappet went to George Manning, our former president, to tell him that I insulted him because I spoke on corruption. The journalist asked me, what are some of your things you're going to go, what are some of the issues that you got problem with in Liberia? I said, I have problem with corruption. I am here to eradicate corruption in my own ways, and I'm going to make sure that I make young Liberians millionaires. That was it. Winston Tappet ran with that story to the president, and he told the president that I was speaking to him. The president, what he did was, you know what the president did? He suspended me for 5 months. We all paid. We all paid. And then I came back.
Are you still with us?
Oh my, yeah, you're talking. That's why I slow down.
Nobody say anything. Can you make it brief though, because we gotta go.
Okay. I'll soon be over. And they suspended me with all pay for 5 months because Minister Winston Tappet had carried the wrong news to President Weah, and he did not investigate, and he suspended me because he thought I was talking to him. I wasn't talking to him. Then the second time, Minister Winston Tappet, because I refused to sign certain checks, certain documents, Winston Tappet decided that he would put my assistant minister against me. And she used to abuse me every day, and he never said a word. I wrote him, he never said a word. He treated me in finance, in commerce ministry. He treated me and disrespected me in our ministry until they fired me. So I had to let the shot go. I had to tell the president that Winston Tappet was taking money from top investors or business people in Liberia before you can confirm them to open cement factory, to open rice factory, to open flour factory, all those things. And when the president confirmed that, I had to fire him. And when they fired him, he started crying. I had the president saying to EPA. So he cannot sit on this international TV to lie on my name.
All right, thank you very much, the former Deputy Minister of Commerce, Minister Jemima Wodo-Cuddy. Thanks for calling in. Professor Winston Tappet, Executive Director for EPA. He have listened to you. This is not on and off, so we have to excuse you, Minister Wodo-Cuddy. I know when you have the chance, you will come back on set. Let's just hear from Winston Tappet as he,
Yes.
Thank you.
I will come on Spoon TV tomorrow and I will address every issue.
Thank you.
Spoon.
Go ahead, sir.
This is most unfortunate that we can have this rendition from her. I say it's most unfortunate because none of what she is saying is true. What motive do I have to do what she's suggesting? This lady, without any iota of conscience or truth, went from radio station to radio station to radio station to malign my character without any proof. One of the times this lady went on radio, if you check around 2020, 2019, you will see reports where she said I was taking money from the loan fund and lending money from my office, that she didn't know anything about the loan fund, that she had no idea of the account. Go to the General Audit Commission, ask for the audit report that I wrote general auditing, and they commissioned the audit. The funds that she said she knew nothing about, she did the training. She did the training. The account that was open, she was signatory to the account. Only 3 checks were written on those accounts, and she signed all of them. But this is somebody who said she didn't know about it. The sister made herself part of a gang whose mission was to wait for the Malama character, taking money from cement. Let her produce one proof of what she's saying. One proof. And this is why I say it's unfortunate that she will join a band of people to wait for the Malama character. I'm not what she's describing. And I'll still maintain she's having crisis of conscience. And if at any time she's okay, we can meet face to face and we tell her we can forgive. You don't do that to people. It's wrong. You don't do that to people. So she can go and spoon talk. People say, oh, what you did? I've done nothing. Maybe the best thing what I did was to help her, and I don't have a problem helping her because she needed the help and she deserved the help. So I gave it to her. So what harm did I do by doing that? You get into the ministry. She just painted a story. A history that she been working with. She respect me. What did I do? She came to the ministry. I embraced her, but she allowed herself to be used to malign my character willfully.
But were you fired though?
I was removed.
She just
I was removed. I was removed. Well, you can call it that. Yeah, fine. But it can't, but no. You can say I was removed from that. No. Yeah, but it's not for what she's talking about. Because they didn't tell me what it was. She cannot prove 1 inch of what she's talking about. I defy her to produce 1 proof of what she's talking about. And I will produce proof of the allegations she made that were vindicated by an audit report. That's what you got. 1 proof. 1 proof. And I'll give you the audit report that vindicated what she said.
Thank you, Professor Tapper. Fadiga, ask your last question for us to move on, please.
You guys took all the juicy part of the questions for me, so I'll just make this short. Professor, welcome to the
program. How you doing?
Okay.
Can you speak into the mic, Fadiga, please?
Yeah, can you hear me?
It's better now.
It's better now? Yeah, my question is about this blue carbon. How involved were you with this blue carbon? A couple of months ago, the government of Liberia tried to sign a memorandum of understanding with this.
Let's Fadiga. I found another question we had all the time with blue carbon.
You guys asked the blue carbon.
Yes.
But did you guys ask if how involved the EPA was with that?
Oh, the EPA was involved in the negotiation, in the discussion.
My question was, how would this have benefited the Liberians?
Well, from its face,
and was this a good deal for Liberia?
We did not conclude it. What it gave us needed to be checked. It needed to be reworked to satisfy our own strategic interest. And we're along that way.
You advised the government not to go through with it.
Well, we raised certain questions that we could not answer them, meaning the capital structure. If you're asking me to share profit with me, it suggests that there is going to be a shareholding arrangement.
So did you advise?
So if there's a shareholder arrangement, you give me 30%, then let's value the assets that I have, which are my trees. And if they constitute, it comes to $700, $800, $900 million, and that's 30%, then of course it means that the investment is $3 billion, and you have to invest that.
So it was bad deal for Liberia.
Oh, as far as the EPA was concerned, those were things that needed to be answered, and we advised that in the absence of that and other things, it would not be proper to proceed with that, especially so in the absence of a rule-based, transparent system architecture that will lay down the rules that if Fatiga came to me to buy carbon, these are the rules. These are the things you need to follow. And when he follows it, he expects certain response. That's predictability. In the absence of that, you can't do any blue card. You can't do anything.
That's all my question on that.
Thank you very much, Professor Wilson Tappe. Again, as always, we really enjoyed spending some time with you tonight. We just want to say again, what I'm taking from this blue carbon, I think it was all political conversation, run with the headlines, make the news, tell like, bro, we're getting 50 million or $50 billion within the bucket of other country, and maybe we'll be re-elected. But you've been fair to us tonight to say, well, it was a bad deal, and Liberia. Let's just be straight though. So Liberia received nothing. They issued about 7 million that will receive as a signing bonus, nothing. Zero that you know of that Liberia received.
To my knowledge, no. To my knowledge, there was no agreement consummated. To my knowledge.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, we appreciate spending time with you. Yeah, you can give us your partner statement, sir.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here, and I appreciate the young brothers who came over Trocon to find our side of the story. What happened at the EPA today was to just make sure you set the rules straight, that when there is a problem, you take recourse to the court. They came to the office, there were a couple of employees that decided to make the workplace toxic, and as the CEO, I have responsibility to ensure that that is not the case. They came in to seize the agency, claiming that the Executive Order 123 gave them the power to do that. It's wrong, and they know that it was wrong. They were totally disorderly. The Executive Order 123 they use as a reliance for the mischief they tried to carry out today. Said only non-tenure positions, and the person there should be the highest civil servant. This individual is not even in the line structure of the EPA. He hangs there as a chief technical advisor, a position I will put there in the past to accommodate particular individuals. So it was wrong for them to do that. You cannot be that disorderly. It was our responsibility to instill order, to ensure that the integrity of the institution remains in place, and we protect the other employees who come to EPA to do the work. And that's why we decided to go to court instead of bringing thugs as they did to cause a problem. That's what we did. And the court action today was not an issue of tenure. We did not go to court. First of all, I didn't go to court. It's the agency that went to court. So I want to thank Spoon for this opportunity. We made some clarifications, and I like the questions. And the good thing about it, the questions were fair questions. And I want to thank all of you. You provide a very important platform that we inform people. Continue to be as objective as you can. And anytime I'm called here, we'll be able to be here. The EPA is doing its best, but we need help in terms of promoting what we do. Our people do not necessarily understand the issue of the environment. Like myself, before I went to EPA, we used to take the green building right there, just that the core meeting wouldn't go there. Until I got to EPA and I realized that it is vital for the economic development of this country. And it needs all of the support. So
thank you very much, Professor. It's very cool having you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Real quick, answer why you leaving, but we just want to know, will you resign like Eugene Nagbe resigned? No?
No, I don't have reason to.
Okay, so you're not resigning. Thank you very much. Well, what? Yeah, we wanted to thank you, man. That was a very interesting.
Was he in charge of the COVID money?
Have a good day. Our time is up.
That's okay. Our time up. I'll ask
you. Will call him. You will give his number, and you will call with some topic. Thank you, sir. Have a good evening. Thanks.
Well, I'll ask that question.
Yeah. All right. So let's move on. It's a beautiful program. We just cannot do all 3 hours on one guest. We got other stuff to go to.
No, I think, Stanton, I think we should leave our Liberian people with something to kind of like chew on in their mind. If you remember my questioning to the Honorable EPA Director.
With the next topic, we are not closing now. I got to bring squeeze to the other one. The producer, I killed him in my well.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we're just trying to balance this thing because the media that was here today, Madam Petit, want us to squeeze in all the major headlines, discuss it. Those that want to work, they couldn't make it to follow the news. Let's help them with the news. But if we dwell on one guest for 4 hours, then even Glennie had to go and eat. She just texted me. She said, "Stanton, I had to eat." Glennie, what did you eat?
Anything. How you can go eat all us in here? Maybe don't be surprised. Don't be surprised.
I hope you're not eating too.
Oh, the professor stay with us. I think you got that. But anytime you send me something, I will say, Glennie, you want to eat, just let us know what you want to eat. But let's talk about the visit today by Linda Thomas Greenfield.
Excellent visit.
Okay.
Big
I want us to
visit.
bring this conversation up because, you know, a lot of people here and there. Let me bring it up real quick. Do we have the producer in studio, Fatima? Is the producer back in studio, Fatima? I'm not hearing you, Fatima. We are not hearing you. Somebody, okay. Fatiga went off, and that's why we are not. Can you tell him that we are not hearing you, whosoever in studio?
Can you hear me now?
Who's in studio? All right, let's talk till they get ready. Let me. You are very low. We don't know what's going on, but whosoever in studio, is that Nelson or who in studio? I didn't make an adjustment.
I mean,
Huh?
Simon just left.
Who's in studio?
Magic is here.
And that's the reason why we're having problem, because Dama said Nelson is there. Nelson was in studio. Oh, wow. All right. So let's just go. But Prince, I have to mute you because you're having a bad feedback. You're playing on something. So let me mute you, please. Let me go back real quick on this video. I love this. I love this interaction this morning.
Hello, folks. Spoon TV Live. Welcome. We have the American ambassador to the United Nations. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
And welcome to Liberia again.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I see your smiles. I see the president himself is smiling. You want to tell us quickly, what message did you bring from President Biden aside congratulations to President Boykai?
Well, first and foremost, congratulations to President Boykai and congratulations to the people of Liberia for having a stable transition. But what the message I brought from the president and from the people of the United States was our continuing support for Liberia, a reaffirmation of our firm partnership that has been a partnership over many, many years. We're looking forward to working with President Boykai and his new administration and seeing that Liberia begin to move forward in a positive direction to really harness the resources that are here in this country and to support the people of Liberia in terms of their education and their health needs, as well as their needs for infrastructure. So I'm traveling with the USAID director who has addressed some of those issues with the president as well.
Okay, but one last question, Madam Ambassador. There's this shift. Liberians are saying there isn't so much of an American presence in terms of, making sure that there's the secondary effect of our mineral resources. What do you have to say about that in terms of manufacturing and all of that?
We support Liberia, and we support the private sector, and we want to encourage the private sector to invest in Liberia. They're not going to invest in Liberia until they have confidence in they have confidence in the government, and I am very, very confident that President Boykai will provide that confidence to the private sector. They're waiting and raring to come back to Liberia.
Thank you, ma'am. President Boykai, just a word from you, sir. Yes, Ambassador Greenfield just stated, but what did you say about Liberia to the American ambassador that has reaffirmed the confidence of the Americans in the Liberian government and you as president?
We have assured them over and again that this administration is going to make a difference. We want to make sure that we respect the partnership by making sure we put the country on the right path to serve the people of this country, and we need it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So you heard it from the Liberian chief executive.
Wow, that was big. Say what you want to say. Let me say this. You know what it just reminded me of that Rich is saying? When Joe Biden is meeting foreign leaders and they have to have that sit down or the Senate and taking questions. This is like a new day for Liberia. Wherever you may find yourself, this is very, very interesting. I want to ask you, Dr. Richardson, before we go to Glendy, who just left us to go eat. We are all hungry, and Prince Maxwell. I want to ask you before we get to Picky, Dr. Richardson, here we are. He met Linda Thomas Greenfield, the president of Liberia, Jose Yima Boyka. promises, hope for Liberia. Where are you? Both of them giving hope.
It was a good meeting. I could see from the President Buckeye's face, he had this kind of boyish grin on his face when she was speaking. Like, like it was interesting to watch. Like, you were just looking and like had this kind of eyes of admiration for what she was saying. But she said some good
Are you
things.
printing something?
Yeah,
Is
yes,
the
somebody
printer
was.
working?
You can
Oh,
hear
okay.
people. This one was printing, but it's done now. He said that the United States will continue to support Liberia, which I expected. We have had this long. She said actually this long relationship. She said that she was there to affirm the United States support for Liberia, and they both, agreed that they're going to sort of stir up or fire up the private sector. So that was good. But I could see that it was like a honeymoon period for both of them. They enjoy each other's company. I don't know. I don't know if they have prior relationship before, but it seemed to have that she was happy to be there and he was happy to have her.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. We're going to meet you because you're printing something. We don't know what you're printing. Piggy, Glendy.
For me, I agree with what Dr. Richardson have said, but what was profound for me is I want us to ask Diamond how he felt to be in the midst of interviewing a UN ambassador and interviewing the president of Liberia. That was the most amazing thing for me. Did he ever see himself in that position? Yes, I hear everything she said. I want to hear from him what that moment meant and what his family. Yeah,
No,
what his
Dama gotta be.
family.
Listen, Dama gotta be there again tomorrow. He's
Yes.
very busy. He's assigned with the president here and his team, Nelson and the rest of
That
them.
was amazing
So they
for
gotta
me.
be there tomorrow. But again, you asked him a beautiful thing. When we were doing this, we've been praying to God that we will have an opportunity that you will not have Stanton Witherspoon standing behind you, say Imam Bwaka, and say, yes, I'll be the only one carrying the news. No. It should be every young Liberians that are well educated and positioned be given the chance to travel on the international space to make this thing a Liberian thing. Not only an entity, not only, a Liberian thing. That's what's so important. And if Damo can ask straightforward, no stuttering, nothing, look in the face of Ambassador Lena Thomas Greenfield and ask those hard questions, and she's smiling, answering, turn to President Joseph Yima Bwaka, asking the hard question, guess what? He can do it outside of Liberia, and that's a proud and joy for our country. But let me get your takeaway, Fatima. The president is very strong. If you watch the end of the video, he walked her to the car as well. Talk to me, Fatima. We are not hearing you. I don't know who you guys get in studio. We are not hearing you. Magic, we are not hearing Fatima. We are not hearing you, Fatima. Oh, I don't know. Dama had to leave, and can you bring back Magic? All right, wait. So we are not hearing you. We can't hear you, Fatima. Let me bring you in, Prince Maxwell. Talk to us, Prince.
Oh, you know fully well that this day was a very, very good day for me. First
Hold
and
on 1
foremost,
minute, Prince. Say something again, Fatima. Let's see if we can hear you. You are very low, very, very low. You are very low. Don't touch anything. They have to do it from Fatima way.
Can you hear me now?
Now it's good. Yes. Okay, so why you mute yourself again? Just calm down, relax. You were good for it, but you touch yourself. Don't touch nothing, Fatima. Don't touch anything. Just wait. Just wait, Fatima. Wait. Magic. All right, Prince, can you go ahead?
Yes, sir.
Magic, can you help, please? If I can hear you, I should be able to hear them.
Can
Prince,
you
go
hear
ahead,
me?
please.
Let me try mine.
Yeah,
All
let
right,
me
both of
try
you're
mine,
good now.
sir.
You're good. You're good. Just increase the volume, Magic. Fatima, go ahead.
I said, I listened to a lot of journalists in Liberia, but it's the Spoon TV journalists, their tonation, their pronunciation, the way they address. I mean, today I was so proud seeing Diamond. He actually literally woke me up because I was so I suffered from heat exhaustion yesterday. I didn't even watch the president's speech. That's how bad it was. But to see our president up and alert and seeing Diamond standing there, we were all proud Liberians today. Diamond speaks well. He has control and command of the English language. And I'm telling you, it was beautiful. It was just beautiful. We were so happy.
Thank you very much. Let me go to your friend, Prince Maxwell. Prince?
Yeah, Stanton, I think today was a significant day for our foreign policy and for the affirmation of our historic relationship with the United States of America. I think the president of the United States of America, just Joe Biden, did Liberia a big service by sending a major uh, delegate within his cabinet to come and meet and speak with President Joseph Boyka. And this person he sent is not just someone who is from the far left. This is someone who knows Liberia, who has worked with Liberia, stay on the ground, has a huge history with Liberia. So that is a clear indication of Biden's foresight in re-engaging Liberia from where it is. I know fully well that the conversation they held was good because body language and the words they used when it came out, they were very conciliatory, very poignant, very to the point. And we all should remember that President Boyka also sent a message to the U.S. to the U.S. and to the American people when he used the Bible George Bush gave to him as his Bible to swear the oath of office on. That was a symbolic move on the part of the president to send a clear message to the American people and the American government that Liberia still holds firm to its historic partnership. I know fully well that they spoke on the topic of democracy, human rights, corruption, peace and security, investment, people-to-people cooperation, partnership in other sectors. We're going to talk about the issue of organized crime, drugs, and stuff like that. I bet they talk about that. I'm sure they spoke about agriculture development, infrastructure development, as you heard her, spoke directly. Also, private sector improvement and maritime security. And I know that the Boyka administration also spoke about our doing business approach or our doing business policy, so as to have a sizable engagement because we need to have a good policy in that area. The visit sends it sent an open arm cooperation statement to Liberia that America is now opening its arms to Liberia to re-engage us where the rubber hits the road in terms of what we are looking for, whether we are looking for infrastructure development, poverty reduction, women empowerment, peace and security, education. These are areas that they are willing to cooperate with us because she made specific mention to the USAID top delegate that was with her there. So that points in that direction. I appreciate and really, really look into what President Boyka said with two words: respect, partnership, respecting the partnership. That was brilliant. That sums everything in those two words for us.
Thank
So
you.
I appreciate that. Lastly, I think the president was.
Book, you come to open
Give
up.
me chance, my man. Give me chance, my man.
30 seconds on this thing, man.
That's 30 seconds. 30 seconds. I think the president was a president gentleman when he walked Lena Thomas Greenfield to her car. I think he was a real president gentleman, and I respect that he did that. Thank you.
Yes.
The only person that I agree with you, that Fatima. Fatiga, can you do a 30 second on this?
Stop.
I don't need to put the microphone on, right?
No, you're good.
Well, I thought everything there was as expected. We know that the U.S. was just reaffirming their commitment to Liberia, and Ambassador Greenfield said that best, and she mentioned that the USAID has been in Liberia since 1962. I was surprised that it went way back that length of time, and they are committed. They spoke of corruption, and that brings us to one of the reasons why this rescue mission came into play was to fight corruption. In the whole time, everybody talking about audits and all kinds of things, and I'm sure the American would be watching. It was not explicit in what she said, but we all knew where it was heading when she mentioned corruption that have been holding the country back. So corruption is a very big problem, and I'm sure they will be counting on the President Boyka's administration to do something on that front. Even Liberians as well are looking on that front. But everything, I didn't see anything that I was excited about. It's like your parent give you a gift, and people think that it's a big deal. I mean, isn't that what parents do? We take care of their children. So America is just doing what they have been doing for America. They were just reaffirming that commitment to
We
us.
see it in the other time.
What was it? So I think how we exploit that, how we use that to our advantage, will depends on so many things. How we are ready to fight corruption, how we're ready to put issues that are very dear to the Americans and our international partners. So I think she was just reaffirming that I will be with you guys, we'll stay with you. The United States is committed to you guys, but hey, you got to keep doing what you got to do on that side to
Thank
make better feel happy. So we'll be watching it.
Thank you very much. I'm going to play this again because it's very interesting to us. A very, very good interview. And I want to say, listen, some things that we do on this show is just because the folks that follow us, people that depend on us, people that actually willing to sponsor and support this network. I want to say thanks to you. It was a beautiful time. But one of our many listeners, religious listeners, at the age of 83, she passed away today. She would listen to Spoon all of the time. She take her information from Spoon. She passed away at the ELW hospital today. So we're going to put up the announcement. This is to announce the death of Mandese Martin. That's a K. Martin. She was born July 4th, 1940. And she died January 23rd, 2024. Her funeral details will be announced. We'll be announcing her. She's the mother to Councillor Edwin K. Martin. Councillor Martin, the former head for LCC. You know, the Oma were advising, she will listen, she will watch the show, she loved our jokes. And, you know, she passed away, may her soul rest in peace. And to the Mountains family, we want to say we share our sympathy and we hope that God can give you all the strength. Again, the mother of Councillor Edwin K. Martin passed away. Mother Martin passed away today at the ELW hospital. And we'll be bringing you more announcement as the family makes some family funeral arrangement. We'll be bringing you those announcements. I want to also say that today the Senate went back to work. They've been working. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about what happened with the fire. We'll give you all these different titles for you to know that what's happened today. Every day we'll try to do our best. So let's bring in what's happened today at the Senate.
We cannot insist that everybody will get invitation and then in the end, everything's done messy. Nobody got here yesterday. Apparently, it was an open gate. Because the way people were going about, I get invitation, no invitation, didn't come. This place yesterday, look at the people who were here for invitation. We're not in terms of getting great. Even our regular disabled friends who get paid every day to work with us, they were here yesterday. Lose that ability, boy, who can ever get to give out. Why would they protocol? I am making a case, so we take seat of this matter. We send out invitation. If the president, the foreign minister has guests they want to invite to the delivery of the annual message, they should send it to our protocol. We send out those invitations. The president is coming to deliver his annual message. The president is in charge of security, the executive. The security of the state is in the hand of the executive. For the delivery of the annual message, they're coming here to the Capitol building. But here, legislative function. And we must take charge. In America, when the speaker said no annual message, the president ain't going. Nancy Pelosi wrote Donald Trump. Once you are ready for annual message, what are you going to come about? The president is there. The records are there. Our message delivery is legislative function. We should stop being invited to legislative function, and the legislature must take charge of these protocols so that when there's anything that happens, we can take responsibility. Yesterday was a disaster. There was an embarrassment. People couldn't even find water under the sun to drink. The protocol, they're all on the stage. They don't even know when to move on them. Every little thing, they all inside the camera. No, the main function. The president of Liberia, the outgoing president, the chief justice, they can't even ask space to even send us straight. Everybody just on the platform. Completely messy. But I can tell you, those things get to me. People do rehearsal. And even us lawmakers, our staff, come for rehearsal. We said no. Make motion, that speech. We gotta be organized. You call the sergeant no.
You know, Dillon is raising a lot of points, and I heard from other lawmakers, including Edwin Snow and Mara Cornet. They are very concerned about this issue that took place. It was a disaster. Disaster in the sense that to control the crowd, the movement here and there, and the money on the budget. I don't know whether I understand people say, let's just let it go, it's over. But we've been letting it go for a very long time, guys. And here we are again talking about let's let it go. Somebody died. You know, the control of the crowd, the control of the environment. That was a complete disaster on both sides, the outgoing and the incoming government. It was complete disaster. Of those that headed those inauguration committee, it was a failure. And we just hope that some of them can come in and explain. I don't think they perform well. I think Liberia should, yeah, they understand with Delon and the rest of the senators are calling to control these different things. I mean, that's complete mess. I wonder what are they ashamed. So tomorrow, what we intend to do, we'll bring up the list again. Up to now, we don't know the entire list of the inaugural committee from the side of the incoming government, Jose Yema Bwaka, President Bwaka, or committee that was set up. We know that, well, you saw what happened. George Manawea got all his people left with him, the foreign minister and the rest of them. You know, they care less. But you that coming in, Granny, you that coming in now, you supposed to control, help, speak up. But Joe Manawea got up and that was it. Everybody gone. Nobody care. You know, so I'm deeply concerned. Listen, I'm on the side of the law and the rest of the guys. This is frustrating. This was a disgrace to our foreign partners. They just consider it because they say, well, this too is Liberia. I believe when the people look around, I would say these guys and say that George Manawea was just leaving prematurely. The program is not over, but he left. The foreign minister that received Linda Thomas Greenfield, that was sitting by Linda, he left. The Liberia National Police, IG, gone. Everybody gone. I don't know why we would sit here and think it's a joke. I believe that the senators brought a good thing, and that's why we're flagging this tonight. Every Liberian listen to us. I don't think it will happen again. Because I believe the pro-tem Yombli Kanga Lawrence and the rest of the senators, they will take action. They will make sure that it's better. It was totally like a kindergarten class going crazy when they see the candy bowl. And say, just go grab it. They don't write. You guys the one that, let me ask you, Fadiga, let me start with you. Did you show any pass? Did you show any invitation? Everybody was just walking in the up. People say, I'm going home. I'm not coming. It's hot. I got to do X, Y, and Z. Huh?
Well, with the exception of those culture troops, who I saw, they were dressed in the uniform, the culture uniform, and they went scrambling through the door. I know at some point we were asked to put up our invitation, but those invitation giving my own on it was very simple. They could have easily been photocopied and duplicated. So people had something in their hand, whether they were authentic, there was no way to know. Were given passes and then redirected someone else. So I don't know, but I had in an invitation. Those that went with me had an invitation. I did see some people raise their hand, but then I also heard, because based on the conversation I had with other people, that some people didn't have it, but it was still allowed to enter, and those people seems to have gone earlier in the day, before the program. So but besides the invitation was just another component. Stanton, the whole thing was so chaotic. Beside the heat, that we didn't have control of, but the thing was so chaotic. Uh, at some point, we had to use our spoon charm to get water, because we had to tell the lady, hey, if you don't give her, you're gonna be announcing on spoon what happened, because you guys need to give her water. And she was pouring water in a barrel, and she didn't want to give it. So I had to drink, because I could see myself, getting daisy. I was sweating profusely to the point that I had to leave. I was not there for a huge part of the ceremony. I'm like, I'm not going to die here. I could see, because I had a towel, and there was this very nice girl that, I don't know where she got water from. She brought water for myself, Remy, and a few other people, and we're blessed to be among, probably it's the spoon blessing, but she gave us the water. So I put some on the towel and put it on my head. Less than 2 seconds of 2 minutes, the towel was dry again. So I was feeling dizzy. My brother was the first person that got up and went in the back. He said, gentlemen, you guys need to leave. So the second time, but then my whole chest was wet, my entire. So I'm like, you know what? I cannot be there. I kept weeping, and keep. So I left. We went to the back, and luckily for us, we got water. But Stanton, the whole thing was chaotic. Not to just take too much time. What Senator Dillon did today. Look, the whole leave it. I think President Boykai should convene a panel to investigate, because there were a lot of allegation
Somebody
and counter
died.
allegation about
Somebody
what
died, Fadiga.
somebody
Somebody
died
died.
from Minnesota.
Somebody that
So
traveled
that
from
that even
Minnesota
more
died. They
reason.
got to investigate.
Exactly. That one more reason why we need to investigate, and this is why I think we should investigate. There were a lot of allegations about sabotage, people doing something. Look, those people were in power. They have a few more seconds to leave. Now they are not in power. If they did any kind of subversion, if anything was done, I know in Liberia there's no secret. Everything we do in the country is an open secret. Somebody would be willing to talk. I don't think that they should be let go. If this was a deliberate act of sabotage, people should be here responsible. Even though a few of them are gone, they are still in the country. I think those are professional career civil servant, and they were involved in any kind of sabotage of this very noble event. How many times? Even Ambassador Greenfield said it. Our democracy is becoming enviable in the sub-region. You look at Burkina Faso, Guinea, Mali. We have done it 3 times. They said 3 times is a charm. We have done it successfully for 3 times. Which other countries? So I mean, we are not there yet, but we are
I
getting
beg
there.
you, let's go because we have
I
to.
think,
Yeah, we have
I
to.
think there should be an investigation. We should not let this go.
Thank you very much. I'm going to just finish up with Fatima because those of only you two are at the program, and then we can move ahead to the next conversation. Yeah, Fatima, give us yours briefly, not 30
Yes,
seconds, Fatima, not too long.
yeah, CEO. I mean, it was horrible over there yesterday. We were dressed, we were there. By the time they sang the national anthem and they gown, I mean, and they inauguration at 12 o'clock when inauguration was done. I just found myself shaking. It was so I started trembling. I almost fell. So my sister helped me. We took off my shoes. I had to walk to the car barefoot and I left. I wasn't even there for the president's speech. And then not only that, there were just odd people there. While we were struggling for invitation for our friends and family, we just saw all kinds of people. Little guys, little people all over the place. And it was just, they were not dressed appropriately. They were just dressed in common things and they were there. It was just weird all over. It was just too many people, too much heat, no fan, no ventilation. I mean, I know it wasn't an open space, but there was no fan. They do have open field air conditioner, open field fan, and there
I
was
thank you,
absolutely none. I almost.
Thank you, Fatima. Thank
Yeah,
God for you guys, and thank God for everything. But I must say, seriously speaking, I think Miata family.
Can I ask a quick question, Stanton?
Well, 1 minute, I say, I think Madam Miata family should be able to come and explain exactly what happened. She should give some details report. I think Madam family, she was the chair on the Jose Imabwaka Inaugural Committee. She was the head. She must speak to the nation. She must address the press. These things are concerning, and I don't think it will go down easy. We're going to ask, especially now we have folks that we know we can reach out to. This is a government. An investigation need to be open. The family of the gentleman that passed away need an answer. The family reaching out to Spoon will bring some of them on. They need an answer. What happened? What was the setup for drinks, water? What happened? We understand environment played a part, but what's actually happened? You're hearing from Senator DeLon and the rest of the senator that it was messed up. So we asked everyone, we will not put down this story. We'll call Madam Yata family name that she can come and address this issue. She need to talk about what happened. The gentleman's, I'm hearing one person died, 2 individuals passed away, whatever the case may be, 1, 2, 100, somebody died. A Liberian passed away. I'm telling the program. A Liberian passed away. Let me get to ask you very quick.
Just 1 second. One of the listeners just said something, and that is not true. They say if they are giving water, then people would have had to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
Yes, there were urinal. There was those party stuff there. A lot of them that people could use to
get a government water.
There was enough place there.
Isaac, come in real quick. Isaac, you have something to say? All right, so I said maybe he's having an internet problem again. I said, do you have something to say?
I was on mute. I just want to ask, when people say sabotage, what are they talking about with this sabotage? Is it sabotaging the event, sabotaging the planning, and what was the impact of the
sabotage? Everything that happened, that's what we are calling Miata Famula and her team to come and address this issue. Okay, we will not speculate. We will not go into our own opinion because those that went there, they saw what happened, and we watch it on television. The fact remains is that Miata family now need to kind of give us a breakdown. Miata family, I will call the name because you know what? We will stick with this story. Somebody died. Liberians need to listen. Going into a new government, we need to be fair. Why would the exit road? I said somebody would say, you know what? If in case of emergency, that's the exit right there, right? You come into a program, yes, the bar. Yes, the bathroom. They will show you, they will do all the little thing and show you all the way to go. They don't say, listen, everybody coming in, even people are hanging around. But from the beginning, there was no invitation. Now everybody coming in without invitation, or maybe they printed their own invitation. Whatever the case may be, I believe this thing too should be investigated. Anybody come here, I will ask them. When I was anybody now, we need an answer. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm not holding anyone responsible. What about the issue about money given to LBS and Kwame Clemens and Cyrus Badio? They'll be having a special program. Glendy, you remember that? You heard about that, right, Glendy?
Yeah, so what they did was they I think they were going to be the only broadcasting group, LNTV, responsible to be the one to have a link to give it to all other networks. So they had to feed from LNTV.
So they are saying that they were going to be in the back and be reporting.
They know they were going to be there, but so that if somebody from Spoon were there, they were the ones in front. They have people in front, they have people in the back.
Again, that was support arrangement, Isaac. Dr. Richardson was so poor. Look at the video that was coming from over there. Look at what happened.
Was terrible.
And at some point, listen, we are not saying anything that, I mean, why would it do that? How much money was given to them? Up to today, the 5,000 are supposed to be given to District 17. How you call him? Our brother DJ Blue saying he didn't receive none. None of his people received 5,000. I mean, it's the fact. We cannot sit here and just let it go. I'm going to ask Sylvester Grisby. Now he's the Minister of State. I'm going to ask him. I'm going to ask those that are close to the president, because the president laid this thing out so well. We get 5,000 to each district in Monrovia, 10,000 to each county. Let my people celebrate. The president was very clear. We want our people to celebrate. Sandra Dazzle Johnson called and said they received their own money. And it was properly arranged in Bowman County. Then what happened? What was the problem? McGibby District number 2, Vlad. But the money is supposed to go to McGibby County, not the district. So guys, this is a big one. And we have to understand what happened, have put our country on the map again. And it's bad. And I will hold Delon, I will hold the rest of them. When I call them, I will tell them, yes, indeed. Thank you for speaking. We should call for an investigation. Nyata family need to answer. She need to answer what happened. I'm not saying they gave her all the money. I'm not saying it was her fault, but she need to address this issue, and that would be the best thing to do. Real quick, we're going to play this last video. Before we do this, let's put this flyer up. Beslow ready to fight. Fight for what? What's going on with Ambassador Sarah Yanti Beslow? We're having some information, and we'll discuss this tomorrow. What really happening? Sarah Yanti Beslow, you know, where she have a great credential. We talk about her work experience, her work with the UN. What's going on? Well, you guys know. Let everybody take 30 seconds on this, then we leave. Okay, at least we are covering the story greatly. What's going on, Glendy? What's going on with Auntie Sarah?
Why are you calling her auntie? She's not my
That's
auntie.
our tradition. No, not your auntie, that's my auntie. That's our tradition, and that your friend. Auntie Sarah, I won't call it Ambassador Beslow, is fine. You that just call me and call the woman, say she your Captain Tom friend.
It's propagandist. You hear me? Eh? It's
yeah. Yeah, but then you gonna do other things. You know, ask her.
You asked her a question. I think.
Ask her. She want to do other things. She honest. She's so cute in it. Yeah, come on, man.
This man, Dr. Francis, how you manage today, man? I swear I won't run away from you.
Dr. Francis, you will live long. The year you coming to, you will live long. Go ahead.
No, but I think the story is out there. I'm glad that I see something, because the story is there. Talking about fake credentials. So it's important, if she's saying she's ready to fight, it's important that she address it. And I think that's what that is about. She's going to come out to address what this allegation is about.
What is out there? I want us to end on this story. Then we can do our closing. What is out there on Sarah? Yeah, no, let's forget the joke. Mm-hmm. What are you hearing? What is out there on Ambassador Sarah Yanti Beslow?
So there was a post I saw yesterday on Martin Colley's page, where he's questioning her first degree and saying that she doesn't have a first degree from Cuttington. That was the post. I know Sarah personally. I reached out to her, and her response to me, and I can say, and she's going to address it. She's going to address the issue. But she said to me, every degree, every education, everything that she has earned. I don't know if there's a subsequent post from Martin Colley today, but I now see in focus on in Front Page Africa that this is an issue that Sarah is going to address. And I think it's important that she responds to it so that we know what the issue is. And Martin, too, if he has to prove, and you've accused somebody, this is not just an ordinary person. This is someone who worked with the UN.
But where you guys coming from? We're almost on the show that you're coming in. This is not let school, man. This is not how you call it, evening school. This is not evening school, guys.
Yeah, nice school.
I will leave this thing with you. But so that real quick. Are you ready? Can you go and leave me today? No. I will leave this thing with you. Yeah, I'm trying to ask her.
There will be a show after the show. There will be a show after the show.
I know, but let's go ahead real quick. It's
there will be a show after the show.
I mean, what are you talking about?
Are you?
I said, can you mute? Dr. Richardson, Ambassador Beslow, the allegation, if it is true, is on Facebook on Martin Cody page that here we go. Her credentials are not real. I don't know about it. I'm still investigating. But as Glendy said, I reached out to Ambassador Beslow and I asked the question, and I like her answer. She says, Stanton, if given the chance that I am appointed, I will have to defend my credential during confirmation. And I want Liberian people to wait and see that I will defend these credentials. Let me ask you, Dr. Richardson, what do you think? What's happening?
I'd like to start off by saying that I'm very close to the Beslow's family. I actually know Sarah. Sarah's cousin was my maid of honor in my wedding. We all attended, when I was in college, Sarah was attending college in the New England area. That's the first thing I want to put out there. But I believe that if no one should wait until confirmation to show their credential. For example, if Mr. President Buckeye is asking for the credential or his team is asking for the credential, I believe that they want to know because it's going to be an embarrassment on their part.
Can I interrupt you, please? Please, yes. Please. Let me correct this. She have given all her required document to the president and his team.
So then what's the question? Why are people fussing?
Why are people fussing? Good question. There was a post from Martin Cody Facebook page that her credentials are questionable.
Well, if the president sees it deemed to send her for further confirmation or further approval process, then let the process go through. Because if he accepted her credential, then
so what What is the Martin post saying? Is it saying that she didn't graduate?
Hold on. I say you love to interrupt. I say hold on. People gotta speak. No, you're interrupting the woman flow. Go ahead, Dr. Richardson.
No, I'm just saying. So I believe that if anyone wants to know what kind of college degree she has, they should wait. I'm sure the senators will ask her that, and I'm sure if the president, I was going to say president-elect, but President Buckeye, if he accepted her credential and making her to go forward, then that's the process.
Thank you, Prince Maxwell.
Legislature, then.
Thank you very much, Prince Maxwell. You're from this area. Take 30 seconds, my brother. What's going on with this story?
I think in a scheme of things, this is just a drop in the bucket for the Madame Beslow. I think the UN has a rigorous system. That's the first place I'm going to start from. I don't know her personally. I'm just giving my analysis based on the information I've received and her historical background. She's worked with the UN for many, many years. I don't think that, and it has a very rigorous system. Believe me, I have my profile on the UN system, and you need to put everything in it, including your West African, how you call it, certificate. You have to put it on it. It's like that. So I believe that she has what it takes to be in such a position. And I do agree with you that all of her credentials have been submitted to the office of the president. The president also has his own vetting team. I'm sure they are doing their vetting, their background work to authenticate all of the documentation that are presented. With that being said, we should understand we operate in a democracy. So anyone can have the right to bring up such issue for public scrutiny. We've been on this network. We've seen I've been questioned. You've been questioned. Each and every one of us been questioned by the public and everybody here. So it is always important that when such a thing comes up, you can at least do something to show. She's made a clear statement that she's going, when she goes to the Senate, she's going to present all of her documents, because that's where the confirmation is important, and all of those documents will be presented. I do agree with that statement. So I can wait for that process to begin.
Thank you very much. Fadika, yes, the post, because as they asked for it, we're going to put it up. Yes, the post from Mountain K and Cuddy. This is how we want to serve the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Like we save LBDI. The credentials of Madam Sarah Beslow Yanti are bogus and fake. She doesn't even have the first degree. We are in this government to protect public interest and help President JMB. Fadiga.
Stanton, I'm not a big fan of too much credential, and here's why. I have seen people with 3, 4, 5 degrees that cannot even articulate what they learn. And the issue of credential in Liberia is so much, sometimes I get sick. I've seen people that are lawyers that can't even write a letter. No wonder why they would take your money and run, but that's a different thing. When I look at this woman, I don't know her personally. The first time I got to hear her name, I think it was one of our fellow panelists that mentioned her name. What's the young man? Oh God, I can't remember why I forgot it. But my brain just went blank. My good friend from Canada, he mentioned her name, and then I started to research on her. Her last job, she was some UN special envoy to where? Special coordinator to Soften Sweden, new country. Look, like Prince Maxwell said, the UN has a very meticulous vetting process. Let's assume that she didn't have the credential. This woman has so much work history in America. You have two things: you either have the education or the work experience. And there are two things. And the reason why America has been very successful in a lot of those things, most time, what you did not get in academic, in the classroom, a lot of people have gotten it on the job. Some people have been in the same position for 10, 15, 20 years, and they have been elevated to with certain experience. Now, I do not know the education requirement for being a foreign minister, but what I do know is that this lady has served in so many high-profile diplomatic position that are closely linked to foreign affairs. I think she's competent based on her profile and work experience. I do believe that she has the requisite credential, but in Liberia, we place too much emphasis on credential, and I've seen people that cannot take. So when it comes to this lady, I'm not saying that he can check, but I have my own issue.
Thank you very much.
So
let me lay this while we go to the next group, where will be Fatima and Azivad, Minister Fagon, and Mame. So let's just get this off the back. They were speaking about, did she graduate from Cotton University? The answer is no, she didn't. She attended Cotton University. Where she obtained her bachelor degree was here in the United States. Her master degree here in the United States. And we know the institution. Yeah, so I just want to lay this out and erase, the argument that people said she graduated from Cotton. No, she didn't. She attended Cotton, but she graduated first bachelor, first master, second master. Now, I'm not going to call the institution name, and I'm going to let her do that herself. But let me hold my peace. Fatima?
Well, I don't think this is a difficult situation. If they're saying that you haven't graduated from any school, it's easy access. There are diplomas and degrees that can be verified within a certain time period. Just a few weeks ago, I was trying to take a state test and they requested my transcript. I reached out to Seton Hall and they sent it. So it's not a big deal. I think her credentials will speak for herself. She can provide them whenever is needed. I think it's a distraction. If she has it, it's easy to prove. We shouldn't wait for her to present it last minute, like she said. When she goes to a confirmation, she can present it now. And it'll be easy and it will be done. So I think if she's qualified and she has the credentials, she can just prove it now. It's an easy process. It doesn't take a lot. I don't care. Graduated 1847. Your school can
And
provide
especially
you.
when it's here in America, they have your report, and in the advanced country, Isaac Va Tupa Jr.
Okay, so we operating in full disclosure here. I've known Sarah now, I don't know, more than since she was a child, basically. And I worked with her mom at Chase Manhattan Bank after high school, all the way through my attendance at Cottington. And even when Sarah was a freshman at Cottington, I went to visit. You know, when you leave from college, you can still go there because Santina stay there, right? So when I went back to Cottington to visit,
Who is Santina? What kind of Tina?
my man,
You left
the man interrupting me now.
You left the bed there.
Don't interrupt the man. Don't interrupt the man. As a flow.
There you go, Fago.
Yeah, have a
Don't
good
interrupt
night.
the man.
I'm done. Yeah, have a good night.
Run away. So the first time I went to visit, and Glenn know the place. What was they go? Visual City. I went there.
Yeah, I know anywhere. I know any other places there.
No. You know, you were talking.
I know no places. Don't come put me here.
You know, and you said women can do it better than men. You know,
Thank you. She knows. So I went Visual City. I saw Sarah. I said, "What are you doing here?" I'll tell you, man. You better go home. So there's a college student. I'll basically tell you to go home because you go, I'll go tell her mom, right? So that's the kind of connection we have. She's like a little sister to me, and we've been that way forever. And she married to one of my best friends, Stephen Yanti. So the connection is twofold. So as objective as I am, you know, in most situations, if it seems like I'm coming up biased, it's because I had love for Sarah, I had love for Stevie, I had love for her mom. But the reality of the situation is once you become a public figure, people will question you from all directions. And sometimes you don't have to wait for that nomination hearing or whatever it is. You got to attack the issue. And we know Martin Colley he can be an attack dog and he can be an independent person sometimes when he's chasing issues. But he's very dogged in how he approaches things. So when he believes something, to change his mind sometimes can be very difficult. But this is a public thing. So I think what they say about her being ready to fight, yes, immediately she should have responded. You know, whatever documentation, whatever she want to say, you know, through whatever means to get it clear to the public what her credentials are. And just to buttress what Fadiga said, a lot of times, and that's why there's a pressure in the Liberian community for fake degrees, right? A whole bunch of people got fake degrees because that's a primary thing, credentials. We don't ask people, where have you worked before? Where have you performed this task? What has been your accomplishment in your professional career to do X, Y, Z? And even demonstrate to me now, you know, your knowledge, your ability, your this, and a lot of people can't do it. That's why we have a lot of like dead meat in government and dead.
Let me hold you right there. So I think let's just appreciate this. It's a selective from Martin Cuddy. Folks will say no because he have gone, and you know, they have so many individuals. Is he attacking Cyril on various reasons? And, you know, apart from, you know, trying to prove that those degrees are legit. Okay, but can we give it to Martin and say he's doing the right thing to bring some professionalism to the job? Can we give it to him? Can we applaud him for that? That he have opened a can of worms to say, listen, we're going to vet you. We're going to go after you. We're going to make sure that you are saying the truth.
Can he demonstrate that he vetted any of those other 5 people that have already been named, those other 5 persons? Can he show us any indication? If this is a non-biased process, it's fine. But if Martin is serving as an attack dog today for some corner guy or somebody else who wants to be, you know, a minister of state, then that's the wrong approach.
Minister of Foreign Affairs. Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Sorry, Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you, folks. I respected the effort that Martin has made and other people have made. Even I myself, I have validated so other people credentials through the clearinghouse, the university clearinghouse. They are taking now the process because people, they were open before where you could just
and I thank you, Isaac. And then let's just say this again: we invite Ambassador Sarah Bessler Yanti on the show, and I spoke to her today. She said she will get back to me. We hope we can bring her on, that she can speak to these allegations. But I'm asking the question about Martin because when he went after LBDI, a lot of people celebrated him. We know that story. Well, but you are right, as the water is selective. We'll also bring ask Martin to come on and defend his post. We're asking to come on. This is very important because we know how this will build the system or destroy the system. I know the school Sarah Bessler Yanti attended because she told me it's not my business to bring it out here, and I say, I will wait for you to go ahead and tell your own story. So, Minister Eugene Fagon, Abula Mame, while you guys speaking, I have to leave because I have to ready leave if I want to see tomorrow morning. Dr. Francis Chinua Richardson, please take control. I'm happy that I'm leaving because I'm not yet to listen to Fagon. He came late. So, guys, bye.
Just go before they put a small plastic berry mini on the push. When Lau open the door, key inside and say, get up, let's go. He say he's strong, you booga booga. Tell her to do booga booga and say, I'm the man. I don't go anywhere. He can't hear you cry a small picking and say, I really gotta go before tomorrow. Before tomorrow,
I knew you were going to do this.
I will not fall for it. Because there's a reason why. If you look at Fagon, 10 fingers, there is no ring. I will not fall for it. I know that Richardson and Glennie will appreciate me. Mommy will appreciate me because I have to go one. Madam called, I have to go. I don't know about
Don't listen to Fagon, just go.
Yes. No matter if Fagon say I agree, I will go.
Yeah, we agree.
I agree, Fagon.
You make it, you agree.
Glendy, let me come here again. No, Francine. I'm not gonna do this. No, we can't take this. They just open small door, no talking. She just say, let's go. You can't let me stay small. He was begging on set.
Don't worry, let him rest. Let him rest.
The whole he answer.
Let him rest.
They come in, and if he quiet, said man. He quiet, said man. Let him come out here. He quiet, said man. I dang. I double dang the door.
I beg for him. Eugene, go ahead now. Eugene, go ahead. Go ahead.
You're not getting
You are guessing that listen to Mr. Fagon. Yes, I've motivated to fight.
Look, I don't know if we have another chance to close. Dr. Francine will read, and I will just leave the second part out and just deal with this first part.
Yeah, well, after everybody.
Okay, so let me just say that when it comes to Sarah Bessler Yanti, listen, man. A woman goes through, like Dr. Francine can say, a system. She always tells us we don't have system. Mamba comes on, Mamba say, look, if we have systems, we don't have to worry. A woman goes through a vigorous #1 vetting system in the world and served with distinction for so many years. When it comes to the world's 5th poorest country, the world's 5th poorest country with a population of about 5.2 million. She's serving in a system that serves billions of people. And today, we make it about a credential. Is it wrong? I say no, it's not wrong. Martin will do what Martin has to do. But if I was advising Sarah, I will make her focus. Because this is a distraction. And you can decide to focus or be distracted. It's politics. We have inter-party fights in politics
That's just common political science 101. Intra-party fights is the one we fight inside among ourselves. The inter is the one we fight between CDC and us. And this is a small fight within the same alliance. It is not a sedition attacking Sarah. It is an alliance member, like myself, attacking another alliance member's credential. But what Sarah needs to do, even when I saw this in the newspaper, I'm upset. I will fight. What are you fighting? What are you fighting? You're not fighting anyone. You're fighting yourself. I will have her focus. You are only answerable when it comes to your credential to the president and his vetting team. Wait, I see Mambe looking at me. You are only answerable. Now, if they don't ask you, the Liberian people have the right to ask you, but through their representatives. And that is why in Article 54, it is clear as daylight, shining on the mountain, when it says the president shall nominate and with the consent of the Senate, appoint a commission. Meaning you are going to come before the Liberian people and they will what? Interview you. It's called a confirmation hearing, confirming you and what you have said. If you say you graduate from so school, if any Liberian thinks you did not graduate from there, they can write it on a piece of paper, carry it to the Senate. The Senate, you are under oath. They place you under oath. And they say, oh, Fatima, did you graduate from Seton Hall? Yes, I did. What year? So and so. Do you understand that you're under oath? Yes, I do. If you lie to us, it's perjury. Yes, I do. Okay, then. When that process is complete, we will know whether you lie or you didn't lie. But a member within your own party says your credentials are fake. You forget about the focus and you decide you will fight. The question here then for me is, who will you fight? Marty? Are you going to fight Marty? Are you going to fight all the people that are saying we think your credential is fake? No, it's a job. Assuming that you were never appointed by the president, His Excellency Ambassador Joseph Newman Boakai, would you have to answer to anybody? No. Your appointment is what causing somebody to ask a question. But that question can only be answered before the Senate.
One more minute now, Mr. Pagon.
My opinion is, Sarah, focus. When you are appointed, take your credential and everything to the Senate. The Senate represents Martin Colley and myself and Joe Boakai. They represent all of us, and they will ask you the questions that they need to ask. And based on your answer, it will either be confirmed or denied. And I respectfully submit on that note. You don't need to fight.
Thank you. Mami?
Yeah, I mean, I slightly disagree. And my point of disagreement is you don't wait to go to the Senate. I don't know about this Senate, but the history of the Senate. We had a conversation here before, and I gave an analogy that if your child foot got broken and every time you took it to one doctor, he came back crippled, you don't just keep going there. You don't trust the Senate. This Senate, I have no reason to doubt that they have the credibility to do the right thing. But Madam Yanti, Ambassador Yanti, as a public servant, international public servant, should be able to speak to a credential even without going to the Senate. That's one. Two, this thing about no fake credential, the UN has a strong vetting system, it's not true. It's not true. Yes, the UN has a vetting system, but the system can be compromised. There are pieces of evidence to show that the system has been compromised. Jonathan Blinken, who was the chief of human resource and technology, was dismissed because of fraudulent credential at the United Nations. Chief of human resource and technology, Jonathan Blinken, fake credential at the United Nations. It was only established after the fact. He was employed, he was working. People had to raise the issue. Investigation conducted before they realized that his degree he got was acquired from a diploma mill, not a real school. So Ambassador Yanti can come and defend her credential, but it should not be covered by the fact that she went to UN, so it means she okay. I disagree.
Thank you, Mame.
No, Akami, let me lay my thought from one
moment. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was your phone ringing.
No, yeah, I was trying to cut it off. So
okay.
Not just because you went to the UN, so it means everything is okay. No. Further investigation can show whether that's true or a lie. So the UN doesn't cover everything. Even in the US, you had a representative who later on established Santos in the United States. He bypassed everything until he reached to the horse. It was later on it was discovered. So these systems are in place, but these systems can be compromised. So not because you go through the system, it means you clear. No. So let's pay attention to that. The second thing about credential that Fadiga spoke about, there is a difference between you having a moderate credential, a bachelor's degree, experience, and if they ask you, you say, yes, I have a bachelor's degree. Fair. But there's a difference between having a bachelor's degree and if they ask you, say, I have a PhD. That's the problem we're facing in Liberia. The problem we face in our country is people don't have the qualification. They come to the US, spend some time, go back to the country because we're not having access to information and internet and all these things and say, I get PhD, I got master's. When they don't have it, you give them job, they can deliver. So it's not about, oh, you get problem with credential, big credential. No, Liberians don't have problem with big credentials. But people come here, people go other places, they go back home, they don't have these credentials and make claims to these credentials. And that's why we've been fighting. So yeah, you can have your moderate credential and say, I only got a bachelor's degree, I only got a master's degree, I have this experience, no problem. But if you lie on your credential, if you go to fake universities, degree mills, and pay for degree, and go back and want to use those degrees, that's where we have problem. So Ambassador Yanti, come up. I mean, I'm part of this process for the sake of transparency. I'm part of this process. Ambassador Yanti, just provide the facts. That's all we need. And you don't have to wait to go to the Senate to do that.
Thank you, Mame. So let's just close in right now, and we'll start with Fatima.
No, but let's ask Mame, if you're part of the process, what the findings that generated that? Is it just she didn't graduate for government?
I said we keep here all night tonight, so let's try to.
And I wouldn't go into that
tomorrow. So,
but you want Madam Yanti to come and go in, but you can't go into it. You making the accusation.
I say
that's the problem.
I
mean, respond to Monday respectfully.
Mr. Fakon, you hold your until you put on your clothes and hold it.
All right, you're not close quick, so we can have that discussion.
Yeah, Fatima and Fadiga gotta go home. You know the Liberia, so the time changed. So let's do our closing.
The way he wearing that coat, my beginner would take that coat from him.
Thank you to all of the panelists and to all of the viewers around the world. I think you guys know the perspective from Spoon is to make sure that the Liberian people are informed about their nation and the happiness in and around the world. But for all Liberians, whatever's going on, we'll bring it to you live. It's never personal. We're just here to ensure that the message of Liberia is out there and is the facts. The facts is out there for everyone to see. So we're in Liberia and things are moving well. The president's stronger. He's getting stronger. As you can see, he had a conference today and he's doing well. Appointments are rolling. We pray that Liberia gets to be the nation that we all were fighting for. Our country is looking better. Our people are working harder. And we thank you guys for everybody, all Liberians. There is no more. The happiest thing that the turning moment is that today in Liberia, there is no more shins. It's all Liberians, one people, one nation under God. And that's why we are proud to call our home today. So thank you guys for watching. I'll have to take my leave. It's almost going to 1 o'clock in Liberia. Thank all of you, all my women, all of you, all the men, all of you out there. Thank you. Dr. Francine, hit me up. Love you.
Yeah, I will. Yes.
Yeah. What I want to say, I think, Mommy, you kind of distorted what I was saying. I didn't say that the United Nations because they vetted. Look, there will always be people that will try to falsify things. Once in a while, in a blue moon, things will happen. But the world that we live in now have strong. Everything in the world now kind of interwoven. You can find out someone credential, hobby if you're interested. If I was advising Ambassador or Madam Beslow, I would tell her, Madam Beslow Nati, I would tell her to not respond to any Facebook post. I'm not a fan. Look, the reason why I do not like some of the methodology used by Martin Colley, and I fundamentally disagree with some of the things, is that even though there are people that have falsified documents, but there are certain times, certain things that the way it is done, it can easily lead to blackmail and other stuff. If I was her, if she went to her profile that I saw, I haven't seen anywhere that she falsified document beside this one single Facebook post. The post, I haven't seen it. Her online footprint, I went to Wikipedia, she's there. I went to other places. I know it's not a reputable source, but people go there to put their information out there. She says she didn't say she graduated from Cottington. Her biggest degree, it came from this, I don't know, Bethesda, some kind of university, Betika University.
University.
Yeah. So she did graduate from there. That can easily be verified. If the Senate make that a priority, yes, they can do it, but I won't be going answering to somebody on Facebook. If I was doing the vetting process of her, I'll be looking at, is she competent? Will she be a good foreign minister? And based on what she have done, her prior experience, I can use inductive reasoning to say that, yes, this lady had her certain high-profile diplomatic jobs. How she got there, she must be extremely smart or a genius to have acquired those documents. Not every Tom, Dick, and Harry just go and get those high-profile jobs. So she must know something. And can that help Liberia? Now, if she falsified things in something which we do not have proof of yet, beside the little one Facebook post, then I see where it can be a problem with credibility in lying. But up to now, I haven't seen anything. We haven't seen anything. It's just the allegation and something. And let me tell you one other thing too Martin, he's a smart man. I've been following him for some time, even way before all this thing. I used to talk to him. But he's a man that's still trying to acquire his own education. When you start going after people, when you want to be the police, at least you must already have finished the academy, be a veteran, and then you start questioning other people. Now, I'm not saying what he's doing is wrong, because people need to be questioned. We had a man that came from here. He came from Jala Lahim to Buffer Chima. Changed his whole name. He became a doctor. He went ahead to be head in the third most powerful position in the country. So there are a lot of things. So it's a double-edged sword. But with this lady, I look at her profile. She have held certain high profile, but a diplomatic position in other foreign countries. The First Nation, since Sweden, Nepal. She must have known something. Would that help Liberia? Yes. But if it's found out that she embellished or lied, I think people can disqualify her for that. But up to now, we do not have any proof beside this one Facebook post. I don't think we should have even been elevating this conversation. I don't even know why she even went to the newspaper to even think that she should respond to that. I wouldn't be advising her to do that. I wouldn't respond to
that. We'll go to Maxwell, you next.
Yeah. I mean, first and foremost, let me be clear. I trust Madam Beslow's credential and her track record that she has established over the years for herself. I heard my colleague, and I will push back on that. I don't think the way they are trying to cast the UN system is the way it is. There's no widespread falsification of documentation or credential at the UN. If you do a statistical analysis of that, it's probably 0.0001%. There are 1 or 2 persons that will fall between the cracks. I know people are high-profile people being used in certain situations to fall between the UN cracks. But the UN has done absolutely well in making sure they weed out and they protect their credential system. That is clear. Yes, every system can be challenged, and every system can be tried, and every system once or twice can fail. but not as massively as in other places. So let us not put the UN system under that microscope. We have to also look at Madam Yanti's own approach to this. From what I realize, she's not going to respond the way in which we expect her to respond. She's going to show her leadership on this issue because she feels, I think, she's been politically tested and she's going to show her leadership. So that's good. On the issue of Martin, I don't think Martin is wrong. Maybe his method might be wrong, but I don't think his intent is wrong. I think we need this in Liberia because for a long time, we've not had this. And I do agree, despite the fact pushing back on Ambula, I do agree with Ambula's position when he said that we need this in Liberia because we need to make sure that people that are entering our public system or public service office or public offices are of the academic credential plus the experience, so that we know who are these people and what they bring to the table to move Liberia in the right direction. So yes, I may not agree with his method, but I do agree with the intent and the processes he's trying to use to bring this to public scrutiny. But I think and I trust Madam Yanti's credential. She's going to defend her credential to the Senate appropriately as possible because she's already providing those credentials to the president and his vetting committee to look over that.
Okay, thank you, Maxwell. We'll just do one. Ava, would you like to go? And then I'll come back to Lindy and then we'll go zigzag.
Wonderful. Thank you. I'll be like a hypocrite if I say I don't believe in validation and vetting. I absolutely believe in it. I believe in accountability. Whether that's my mom, my brother, my sister, my best friend, I believe in accountability. I also believe that when you are questioned, respond. You know, I have no problem with that. On Martin's side, maybe is a bias selective analysis he's using. So say Mama, yeah, hopefully he will answer. How many other people that have been appointed have they vetted? Okay. Because there's a lot of people who credentials can surely be questioned, you know, in multiple ways. But I think personally, I'm like somebody who believes that usually if you throw the first punch, you can knock somebody out. When I know somebody won't fight me, I'll throw the first punch. I will not wait for that. So I think since the punch has been thrown and she stays standing, Madam Yanti, Besto Yanti should attack this situation. She should be, you know, whether she has presented documents to the president. The reality is it was public knowledge that she was going to be named. And yesterday we heard, oh, they're holding one name back. They got to vet. So show me the vetting that went on for the other 5 names before that one name was held back. And that's what I'm seeing is a biased process. But we as a people, we have a lot of fake degree holders, a lot of resume stuffers in our midst. But for her work product was seen on the world stage internationally. You can't question the work she did, whether it was in the reason I began, I don't know, Afghanistan or somewhere there. She's been in trouble areas and she has made an impact for the UN. So her body of work is there. People can visibly see it. The question is, you know, how does she present this information to the public? And hopefully she'll present it in a way that's convincing that her, you know, desire to serve her country at this time after having served in the world will be a serious possibility for her, and she'll be able to move on. So, but I think some other issues are out there. You know, what did Boyka say in his speech? I haven't seen anybody touching on some of the good things the Pape said. You know, so when will people do that analysis to draw us a thing? He made some promises again that he should be held accountable for. You know, where is the analysis around some of those things? So, you know, and he probably revealed himself a little bit more. He talked about his experience, you know, how he came around. So those are things I think we should also focus on, you know, when we're engaging these topics around, you know, this whole transition process. Today now, the men are president, Kun are vice president. Everything that happened day before yesterday or yesterday is on the watch now. So what's happening now? How do this move this country forward? How will the arrest vision be agenda, a platform, a vision be implemented. You know, these players who are coming, what are their plans? So they are the key people who should be bringing down to question. They usually men who won't go to the Ministry of Information, Culture, Affairs, and Tourism. Where he plan? Where his vision? Where his vision for tourism, for culture, for information? We got our format where people coming on platform, podium, and talking that nonsense. So I'll leave it there. And we'll still lecturing. We'll lecture afterwards because I really want to understand from Mame, you know, what did they do to get to this position?
Wendy?
Great show. Want to start with the transition committee as it relates to the inauguration. I think it is important that an investigation is done, specifically because there was a life that was lost, and also there's also someone I hear that is in the hospital who is very critical from the heat exhaustion. It's a serious thing, but it's important that when we have these programs, we need to go back and do surveys to see how we did. What were the mishap? Where did we go wrong? What happened? So I applaud the fact that Senator Dillon brought it up today. I would hope that Pro Tem and the rest of the leaders in the Senate will look into this and they will put input in appropriate mechanisms. Because it may not be in inauguration next. It may be a program where they have foreign leaders to come. And it also didn't show well for us when we had a lot of dignitaries here who were not treated well. And, you know, some people we hear didn't even have transportation from the airport. The issues are just so many. The stories are too many. There are some stories we cannot validate. So it will make it even more important. And I think this is the first trial for the boycott government. We as government is done. So we can't hold them responsible for anything, but it will do boycott's government some good to investigate. And also we're hearing there's a story also in Front Page Africa about how there's a county that said they didn't get 5,000, they only got 4,000, 1,000 was eating, and all of those stories. It would be good, best practice for them to look into the programs that were scheduled, the things that were done, the invitations. Some people were saying that some invitations had barcode. They will scan the barcode, and then somebody else will come again with the same invitation and say, oh, this was already scanned before. Just so many things that they need to appoint a committee to look at everything from 1 to 10 and see how did we do. But and I think it will be important to the family of that guy who came. I listened to his uncle, his brother on an interview this morning on OKFM, who said the guy arrived in the country on Sunday evening and then dies on Monday. His brother is the imam for the handicapped Muslims. And he said, and he's blind. He said his brother did not even get to visit family because he came so late on Sunday. And this is something so serious that we should not take lightly. I like that Dillon started with it. It needs to be, it's not the matter of an investigation, but we need to look and see where did we go wrong? How did we have such a program that was so low in standards? And regardless of whether we know people that work with this committee, I think it would do us some good. And equally so, it will be the government's responsibility to do a press conference and apologize to their citizens, because a lot of people suffered from heat yesterday. So that's what I want to say about that. As far as it is with Sarah Beslow, a fellow Scorpion of mine, we're from Cottington. I hear both sides. I hear the side. We have a heightened awareness right now for fake degrees because of this. I like to refer to it, this bureau that Martin Cully and a group of librarians have, where they do investigative reporting on your credentials. And so because of that, this has become an issue. Whatever way she decides to fight it, I respect that. If she waits until she goes to the Senate and like Eugene said, and reports it there, then that's when it is really legally required. If she wants to ignore Martin, she can go ahead and do that and say, when I get to the Senate, whatever I have, I will present it there. She's under no obligation to respond. My only concern is the noise that it creates right now. It's the noise. But however Sarah wants to respond, I trust that all of her credentials, like she said to me, I reached out to her, like she said, they were all, she received them, she worked for them, she got them. And so I would hope that she has all of the information she needs to present to the Senate. So we'll look back, we'll look at what she has in the coming days to come. But we hope that Martin Colley also has his group has this information that they've now become public on, trying to tarnish, I would say, quotation, tarnish someone who is an international person. I would like to refer to her as that. So we'll keep following the story because it's interesting for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Glendy. Mame, and then me, and then Eugene will take us home as usual.
At least in our lifetime, we are having a conversation about the credential of public servants going in government.
That's true.
That's a significant progress. It took few courageous young men, including Martin, me that sitting here, Jamel Dugbe, late Valai Dolly, and other folks, to say, let's look into this and raise the issue. Anthony Jeremiah. So when Fadiga and other people say, don't listen to them, don't talk to them, I mean, what people get to do is wrong. We have made progress as a country that today we're talking about the credential of somebody who wants to be a minister of foreign affairs. But more than that, and most importantly, look at it from the bigger picture. This discussion now is sending shockwave in the spine of other people who were preparing fake credential to go to the Senate, who were preparing fake credential to go to JMB. There's a reminder that it is not business as usual. But this thing is not only on Facebook post. And like I said, I wouldn't go into the details. Ambassador Yanti is interacting with people. She will convince them on the credentials she has to disprove what other people perceive about her credential. So it's not a Facebook issue. If somebody says, I will not respond, it's not a Facebook issue. She will respond to it. And hopefully she can clear the air. It's nothing against her as a person. And to have our question about who other credential, every other person that being appointed credential that is available to the public is being evaluated. The point in time that information will be released on a person will depend on the information you receive. Those people know JMB has not commissioned anybody to say this is a body that doing credential evaluation and you go submit your credential to them for them to go audit. People are all around scoffing around finding information on these appointees. So the faster we get it, the sooner we release what we discover. So if you can get information and then one of them just pass it over to Martin and another person will investigate. So that's the answer to your question about what are you investigating other people. Every other person is being investigated. Even those who JMB are not appointed, but we getting inclination that they will be appointed. We've already started investigating on them. And to the point where their name will come up, we'll release the information. It's a hectic task that we're doing for the sake of our country. So
I appreciate the effort. I'm just saying,
yes. So I was just answering your question.
But we'll talk offline.
I was just answering your question that it's been done for everybody. It's been done for everybody, and everybody will have the time to respond and clarify. Fagon and Fadiga, again, I will say this. Nobody get problem with somebody get bachelor degree serving in position. I know how people who just get bachelor degree and wealth of experience can deliver. Don't just look for degree. People get degree passing all around the place. No. Look for experience, competence. And I think Madam Yanti has that competence. She has that experience from the level of time she work around. What we have problem with is, and this is not about Madam Yanti, what we have problem with in Liberia is you come to the US, You spend 2-3 years running around. You go into Liberia, you just print certificate and carry and placard on your face. Everybody running behind you like some big bookman. And because of that, it's not just a name. They entrust you with decision-making authority. And you make poor decisions that affect everybody. We need to stop that. That's how I will end.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll go, and Mr. Fagon will take us home, and then we all can go home. I want to start off. You guys, I don't know where were you guys today, Fagon and Mommy. We needed you. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Prince gotta go. Yeah, thank you.
No, let me just finish. I can go. One more comment.
Oh,
My comment.
Prince didn't go?
No, that didn't go.
I thought
We're going back around now. We're going back around to close.
Yeah,
we're closing. We're closing.
Yeah, well, closing.
No, I didn't close. We're making a statement on her. We didn't close.
Talk about how.
No, I didn't close. I always close, and my closing is spectacular, so I didn't close.
If you do a spectacular quick job, so we can
but quickly, there are two things I will say to you. One, I will say it again. I trust Madam Yanti's credential, that she has a credential and she'll produce a credential. But I'm not going to sit here to delegitimize the processes that Ambula Mame and many of those young colleagues of mine have been working on. We know fully well that many people have come to Liberia, brought fake documents, fake credentials. We know that. And at some point in time, these young fellows sat down, conceptualized, and said, it has to stop. With that being said, Madam Yanti will be able to produce all of the credentials she needs. And I do agree with you, Mame. This sends a shockwave in the spines of everyone else that will be coming into the broadcast inner cycle to present credentials. Because now they know that there are gatekeepers that are there that will be able to make sure that they bring the right credential to the table. But again, Madam Yanti has the right credential. I believe that and I trust that, and I know that she will deliver to the Senate, and she will take her time to show leadership on this issue.
Oh, that. Yeah, Prince, I was saying that was great, short and sweet. I'm just gonna go. I wanted to ask Mame and Fakon, where were you today? Earlier when we had Mr. Tappet here, the executive director of the EPA. He provided answers. I'm sorry.
No. If Mame are going to be a big back and forth today. I'm glad he wasn't here.
Yes. No. We really need
Tappet on the show today.
Yes.
Well, I gotta tell ahead of time who coming.
It was
I don't know. I didn't know Jeff met here today.
I push him so hard to the point where there are some things that were said. He has entrapped himself, and he needs to understand that. The president has the constitutional power to remove him from office. That's what I need him to know.
Please open the show.
The people from Bomi already writing him letters since he said
I need him to know that
they were writing so they can do the freedom of whatever act so they can release the audit.
Yes.
My opening tomorrow will be on Wishing Tappet. Let's go ahead.
Yeah. So there was a lot of things he said. That he was he took few of his employees to court today because he said they wanted to wrongfully remove him for disorderly conduct. His employees said that he was not tenured, and he told us today that he's in a tenure position. No government can move. No government can remove him. So that was what we learned today. And the people who the two of his insubordinates, they acted out.
They can move Tappet because of incompetence. He has been incompetent.
Yeah, the man Tappet said he's very.
You sure?
Tappet said he's very competent, and Glenny did push him today, about the Western Cluster issue, and that's why I thought Fagon would have supported you in that area because
I wish Fagon and Mame was here.
Yes. He said, the people didn't.
They don't pay Fagon Orvo. They pay him Orvo. He talking about that anymore.
That's not true. Nobody can pay Fagon off. Nobody.
He said the people are bombing Canada. They take any complaint to EPA about the mysterious illnesses that they have. He couldn't recall. Let me just say that he used the word he could not recall whether people complained to him about the mysterious illnesses that he had. But I had a few questions for him, and I'm sure he's listening. The dirt issue in Monrovia. I believe that it's an EPA issue, and I wanted to know what are they doing about it. The people building in swamps and the mangroves. Okay, I wish I could ask him what what were they doing, but we didn't have enough time because we didn't have two questions. I believe that I'm not going to go into the inauguration event. Like then he spoke about it very well. My only question is on the invitation. It says that you are invited by the Speaker of the House and the 55th member of the legislature. But to what extent did they play in the event planning? Their name is on the invitation. And then we're hearing they don't say, well, look, we didn't have anything to do with this. But then that name is on the invitation, so that's what I was concerned about. In terms of as an educator, someone who spent a lot of my time in the classroom, it's so important that people are vetted. Okay, I believe education is important. The least you can get out of spending 4 years in college is to learn how to think critically. Okay, so I don't think we should undermine the issue that anybody can have experience, can do a job. There are some jobs you need to be able to process information, research information, and critically think about it. So I would, and much more that education provide for you. I actually believe that proper vetting should occur. I believe that when the time comes, if however Ms. Yanti wants to provide her information, she will. I also think that Joe Malu was here, and I read a couple of statements of Joe Malu. I'm not just using that as a buttress, but he said that there's a lot of misfits in Liberia. There's a lot of people they study maybe biology, but it will be put into education ministry. So in order for us to align people with what and where they should be, we should really engage in credentialing. And I think that's the important thing that Mama is saying here. So having said that, I'm going to just close. That's all I have to say. I think education plus experience is the best. In fact, not only just experience, but transferable skills should also be examined and taken into consideration. Eugene, if I can go ahead.
Thank you. And you said something quickly. Let me say why the invitation was extended by the Speaker. The Speaker is the head of the joint legislature. Article 53A is very specific as to where. And it says, and I quote, "The oath of affirmation shall be administered in joint convention of both houses of the legislature by the Chief Justice, or in his absence, the most senior Associate Justice." And they're talking about Article 53A, where they said the President and the Vice President shall be for. So that's why it's their place. So they have to be the one to invite you there before you can go there. And the Constitution is very clear when it says shall be administered in. And that's why that event was held over there. My understanding is that they wanted to take it to SKD, and His Excellency said, no, I don't want to be in violation of Article 53A. It said that this will happen here, so let it go and happen there. I think I agree with Glenda with respect to that there should be a probe into what actually happened on that day. But as far as anyone thinking that a natural disaster should be tied around Miata family's neck, that person is joking. Nobody told God to turn his heat up. Nobody told God to put a heat up on that day. Nobody anticipated that they would have reached 112 degrees. When it started in the morning, it was not that. But I think people asking for how the money was spent, why did they not take air conditions there? Why they never had sufficient water? All of these little things, how many ambulances is good. But she's not at fault for the heat and for what happened. It's just a natural disaster. Go and read about natural disasters. Anybody out there, you will see what happened. Having said that, I would like to yield 10 seconds of my time to ask my brother, my esteemed brother, Abdullah Mande, if there is, and to the best of his knowledge, if there is any system in the world that is perfect.
No system in the world is perfect. That is the reason why you don't use system to cover an individual.
Thank you very much for that brilliant answer. If no system is perfect, just like you said, the human resource guys was allowed to enter. It doesn't mean that the system was perfect. No, a system that checks itself seeks perfection but will never be perfect. And that is why along the road, the same good system arrested this guy and threw him out. You made reference to the perception about the lady credential. A perception is not fact. A perception is not reality. And you admitted that you were part of the process. But up to date, not you, not my esteemed little brother Marty, can say that you contacted Madam Sarah Beslow Yanti, and part of your investigation that you gave up the opportunity to address herself to the issue you were investigating. She's not heard from any one of you. And she said you guys went in the background and did what you had to do.
Fagon, quick,
Again,
we shouldn't discuss. I mean, if you want to go into the details of what happening with the Yanti,
you say you will not go into the details.
Yeah, so don't open it up. If you open it up, then you see, don't open it up. Don't open it up in a way that.
Yeah, thank you, sir. You can choose to do what you want to do, but choose what you want me to do. Is that fair? You choose that you will not go into details. I choose to go into details. Can we respect each other's right to choice? Thank you very much. Now, you said something about the system not being what should be used to judge anybody. I 100% agree with you. But as Prince said, the UN system is one of the most rigorous systems when it comes to vetting. And the last time I checked, Sarah served as Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations from 2021 to 2023 July, when she resigned to run for president. I repeat, in case somebody is not hearing this and hearing it well, she served as Assistant Secretary General from 2021 to 2023 July, when she resigned to run for president in Liberia. Now, if that fact is established, I will not underpin Martin's effort, because we support him in that effort to make sure that people have the right credentials. Here is my problem with this. People are not answerable to people because they are part of a process like you claim or you said. People are not answerable to you because you choose to investigate them. A person will never be guilty of a crime in my country until they are found guilty by a court of competent jurisdiction, not individuals who decide that they will investigate that person. So, while it's true we must applaud you people for the job you do, we must not insist that you are the judge, jury, and executioner, and what you say is law and binding. No. That is why we chose to say that Sarah is not answerable to you guys, the few of you that you name that are now fact-checking people's credentials. No, she is not, unless you can convince me otherwise. And her choice to even address the Liberian people on her credential is a choice. There is no debate about that. What we said is that she's answerable to the Liberian people through their representatives, which is the Senate. It will be the Senate that will, through the confirmation hearing, vet her credentials. You did well by bringing this issue up. But I must be very candid with you tonight and honest with you. This is a proxy political battle, which is not healthy. And I say a proxy political battle because you should have come up with a list of individuals. The people that were appointed recently and are set for confirmation hearing, you said at due time you will come up with them. This lady name has not even come up. You put her in the public limelight on the credentials. Fair enough. We still continue to press you for that. But to say that she must come out, then you must convince us that she owes you an explanation, or that she must appear before your body as a legal body. If not, we say to you again, my dear brother, it is her choice. She has said she will fight. If I was advising her, she will be answerable to the people of Liberia by and through their representatives. And I end by saying, no one should bring fake credentials. And you guys should continue to help us. But I don't think it is fair to compel someone to be answerable to you. Once you put it out there, it's left with the people through their representatives, members of the legislature, through the Senate, to come and vet the credentials of this woman and tell us whether she will be made to pass or she will be denied. And the last statement you made, where you can't trust the Senate, again, Abdullah, I think it's unfortunate. We just had 11 persons, if I stand to be corrected.
No, but when you closing and you misquote me, I will have to clarify. I did not say.
Okay,
I'll give you time, Mama. You'll be the last person to close. I'll give you time.
You don't know about the Senate. Okay,
that's not what I
agree
said.
with you. Okay, whatever about the Senate you said about the Senate, I wrote it here.
Mama will close too, Tom. Mama close already.
No,
Mama. He has to defend himself.
That we should give people the opportunity to do the wrong thing before we cast aspirations upon them. Let the process go through, and if we're not satisfied, we comment. But for now, I think the Senate is prepared to handle confirmation hearings, and I think if Mrs. Beslow is appointed, she will go through confirmation hearing, and there is nothing that stops you, my junior brother Martin Colley, or anyone else from challenging the credentials of that woman by sending the information to the Senate. Nothing stops you. I would like to see you do that.
Mama, just maybe a minute or so. Yes. And then we'll go
First
home.
thing is, nobody have ever asked Ambassador Yanti to respond or to answer to them. Nobody. Ambassador Yanti knows who she's answerable to. And on this issue, she's answering to that person already. It is not anybody's request for her to answer to them. An issue was raised and she's answering to it. Period. Nobody asked her to respond to us or to respond to Martin. Period. The second thing is, on your allegation about proxy, yeah, you can, if that's why you choose to use, it's fine. Nobody is proxying for anybody. As the process goes on and new appointment come, you will know whether this is a proxy fight or whether this is a general warfare against fake credential. You will know that. Lastly, I did not say the Senate. I said I don't know about this Senate, but I know about the other Senate. So for this Senate, you can't cast expression on it. I said I don't know about this one, but I know about the other one that we could not trust with confirmation. So let's clarify that.
Okay.
Thank you.
So have you done this last 5 group of people? Have you done them already?
Mr. Falcon, we're not gonna end the show and say something.
No, just quickly, I'm asking, have they done this 5 group that was just appointed, or are they going through it right now?
Well,
I think we did a disservice to the president's delegation from Japan that came today. We didn't talk about
but
that.
we'll do that tomorrow.
We'll talk about tomorrow.
Do that tomorrow.
Yeah,
okay,
tomorrow.
bye-bye, everybody. We'll see you later.
Tomorrow.
The people said it would help our Beirut.
Mr. Tuba, I see you are muted. You're trying.
Yeah, I want to just say thank you for everything. Keep up the great job.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks,
have a good night. How you getting home?
I'm still here. I'm still here for the late night show. So I'll be getting home after the late night show. Bill Carson, the thing you want to talk, please don't talk it. But again, I want to say thanks to everyone for being here tonight. Thanks for joining Spoon Talk. Of course, this is where you get authentic information about all of the happenings in Liberia. This is where you get to listen to critical analysis on those issues. The folks come up here with diverse views, and thanks to the CEO and the team for another fascinating show today. Spoon Talk have been live across the Spoon Network. That's Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric 101.1, and Super 95.5 FM. We've also been streaming live online on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV. For YouTube, Spoon Talk Live, we say thanks to all of you who always follow us on these different social media platforms. Thanks for being with us. The program is also being relayed on several radio stations across the country. Punch 106.7 FM. We are on Gibi FM. We are on Trust FM in that's Bombay County, and also Premier FM in Bon County. Till we come your way again, I'm Nelson Collier. Have a good night. Coming up shortly is the late night show on Spoon.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, Stanton with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon.